Welcome to a new wave of thinking.
Islamism.
Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Islamism. The currency of the know.
Yes, Islam, the currency of the know. And you know what that means? Uh, to me, that's like, okay, energy is currency, and the energy of what we know is what we do. So if we're flowing the way of our knowledge and what we know, if we're on the ledge of everything that we know, that's like we're ready to jump and leap in faith every single time we get to a point of something we know. Because if we know it, we show it. So that's what currency of the know is, to flow like that.
I accept that because it's the currency of the know. I only move because I know. I'm not guessing. I don't believe. I actually know what I'm saying, what I'm doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna jump off the ledge, as you say.
Yeah,
The
that's pretty
knowledge.
deep, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, how are you? Welcome to episode 11. How's everyone out there? But how are you, Bro Star? Hell yeah.
Star, I'm good. Just I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes it's just like you're in conversation with people, and it's the closest people to you, and you tell them what things are, and yet it's still later on they come back with another way and try you, or because they wasn't listening the first time, they try to bring you back into the same thing the same way, and they don't get it, or they don't want to get it. We are not we are not blacks and African Americans. And so all those agencies, the NAACP And anybody else who says it, I'm calling foul on them. Having people march through the streets talking about peace rallies, but you could be arrested because you're committing civil disobedience. And if people spit on you and beat on you, there's nothing you can do. You know, I went to a class, a Martin Luther King class, and went through the training of one of those classes where they tried to tell me. Now, notice I didn't say they tried to convince me, because going in, I was not agreeing with anybody hitting me or spitting me. And I wasn't going to get my mom, encourage her to come out and walk for rights. So attending this class, I did get to learn better of the theory of where they were coming from. And so a nonviolent protest is a violent protest. This is an antithesis. It's not violence, but it's violence because you're going against somebody and or somebody's ways and things of that nature. So you're being violent, but it's in a non-violent physical manner. So they got books, and we're reading the books. And in one of the pages, it said that Martin Luther King was Hegelian. Now, this word Hegelian, like you said, he's Hegelian. What does that mean? Hegelian. So when I asked them, they were like, yo, let's not get stuck on that right now. So later on that night, it was a retreat. They fed us lovely too. You know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then there was snacks and stuff, like we was all up in a hotel out of some way. So that night when I went upstairs, I Googled Hegelian. Hegelian turns out to be some philosopher from back in the day who came up with the idea of control, one of the ideas of control, where I spin a plate over here, get some problems stirred up. Then I go spin a plate over here to get some problems stirred up from that opposite side. Then I come in the middle with the answer. Martin Luther King was Hegelian. So he was stirring a plate. He knew he was stirring a plate. But in the end, didn't Martin Luther King say, I led my people into a burning house? So it's like all these, it's not secrets, but everything is sitting right in front of us to show us how we were abused. And people just don't get that fact and point, and they want to stick with it. And they were, well, you know, I'm just saying black people. Well, you know, we've been black for so long. No, there were blacks in history. There were blacks in Egypt. No, y'all are speaking incorrectly on who we are and how we are supposed to be. And so it was, I must have had like 3 different conversations this week. Oh, okay. So let's further it. Here goes one of the third one. Competition. Now I could go into our books and show us a chapter where we were told in our Moorish books that we don't operate with competition. We're not competing against each other. We are all working together. However, when we speak on competition, we got to realize that the words we use and the way we term things, some people will take value to our words, put it on a shirt, and make money off it. They've always making money off our culture and who we are. There goes competition right there. And we have to protect that particular intellectual property that normally gets stolen. So competing against each other is not wise, because it's already been done, and it's been done on the level of arguing religions, whose religion is best, has kept us on that road of not coming together in unity and not supporting each other to the fullest because he or she is the only one who has water in this neighborhood. I'm not going to go buy water because I see them making money so I can make some money. Instead, I'm going to go buy their water and make ice. And we are not operating as a people in this manner. And in certain cases, certain phone calls, certain meetings, it's like I already said these things to y'all. You got mad at me last time I said it, but now you're coming back asking me to be a part. Oh, the NAACP. That doesn't impress me. That the NAACP, if anything, it really pisses me off. Well, we should listen to them and see. I don't want to listen to them and see what they have to say. They are looking out for colored people, and there are none. They have to wait until somebody gets hurt before they do something. I'm proactive, not reactive. And I'm not marching down the streets for any of the so called perceived rights of so called black people, African Americans, Jamaicans, Haitians, Ethiopians. My energy is not for people who wear those titles. And I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but lawfully, I cannot stand up for those titles. And thank you for allowing me to get that outside star.
No, good. I'm glad that you did. This is a free space to express what's going on in your world, and that also determines uh, where you are mentally, as far as in the midst of all conversation, based on what you standing on. And so, if you standing on it here, then you got to stand on it there too. You know, wherever you are. And so, that's just is what it is. So if you have a problem with what I'm standing on, then we just gonna agree to disagree. But you go your way, and I'll continue to go mine. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, because it does open up the lines of communication about the fact that what we're doing here at a new wave of thinking, or in a new wave of thinking, is thinking differently, and we have to get rid of those things that were indoctrinated, miseducated into our systems. It's like a virus that that's eating away at the want, the desire to seek information, and to only consume that which is only what they put out in front of you. So it's like you're just watching a different version of the program to continue updating the same information in your system. And when you and it's like when they're not getting that, it's like a malfunction or something. You know, wait a minute, that can't be right, because for so long everyone has been agreeing. Like everyone had to agree that they were black and African American, and never questioning why no one else's ethnicity and race change and is not questionable, because they're tied to a nation, and there is no black nation. So there's nothing tied to the title, or of black or African American. So it's like we could keep on beating a dead horse. It's not going to come alive and allow us to get on his back and gallop on into the sunset. That's just not going to happen. It's dead. And so where's there's no growth, there's death. And so we view death only in the sense of the body no longer being here, but it's far more than that. We die way before our bodies disappear. Not disappear, but before our bodies no longer carry our energy. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Civil Mortus. I finally said it correctly.
Civil Atia
Islamism
Mortus.
Star Sasha Bay.
Here, she's here. Greetings, sis.
Yes, ma'am. She's throwing up the peace sign in love.
Okay. So tonight, um, we want to get into the Indigo Task Force. And the Indigo Task Force is equivalent to a militia, but it's one in love. It's the protection that we have for our tribes. And so the goal should ultimately be at all times to protect the children. What's best for the children is what we're doing. What's presentable for the children is what we're advertising type deal. Uh, there's I used to have these conversations with one of the sisters, Kim Hardwick. Okay, I have to say her name. I have to give homage to her, even though she's not here and we do not communicate at this time. It's still relevant that she was the originator and co-founding uh, person that was working closely with me at the onset of what Indigo Task Force turned out to be. And so we represent the Indigo people. I am an Indigo. My daughters are a crystal and a rainbow. And I had to understand who we were in that sense in order to get here to where we are today. So I say I'm an indigo who birthed a crystal and a rainbow, and that's exactly what they are. As you know, crystals reflect rainbows, and those things come from the indigo world. So here we are in understanding of indigo and being a part of the indigo tribe. And so basically, I don't even know how to talk about this right now. I feel nervous because we're talking about it. But
Take your time.
yeah, it's not. It's just that I've been excited about this for since the time I mentioned it to you, and I've been doing a lot of things. Like I wrote a song and recorded a song, and I just finished it today. And I think I want to play the song, and then that will kind of ease me into uh, this process. But I didn't publish it yet. I just did it, and it's ready to go.
Yes, ma'am. Peace and love, Star Cena.
Yes, greetings, sister. Okay, this is Indigo Task Force. Matriarch LLC presents to you the Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide,
mothers around
an
the
unusual
world.
crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully.
Indigo Task Force.
Mothers are the overseers of the growth and development of our youth. We are the total recall, the Indigo Task Force, the total recall of the matriarch. We stand against genocide, cruel, and unusual crime against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare.
Matriarch LLC stands with revolutionary women. The Indigo Task Force, mothers around the world, it's the return of the matriarch. The Indigo Task Force are the chosen sons and daughters, the forerunners, the recon team, collecting data to teach the next generations in remembrance of previous lifetimes. We protect Indigo tribes, we are the Care Bears. Mama Bears, the Beanie Queens, protecting our legacy, our progeny, creating safe havens. For Matriarch, got boots on the ground. We are the Indigo Task Force. We are the Matriarchal Power. We're standing in the gap as we keep it moving forward with boots on the ground. We're on divine assignment, connecting mothers in the right alignment to protect the Indigo tribes as we advocate against injustice. We are the Indigo Task Force. The Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crimes against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Mothers are the overseers. The Indigo Task Force is standing in the gap for family caregivers, here to protect our special needs with compassion, consideration, patience, and understanding. We stand in the gap for the mental health crisis we are faced with internally and externally. We form up like ants, information and unity. It's time for activation of ITF, the Indigo Task Force. We must form a union of bodies who are willing and able to activate in the process of the bloodless revolution is the only solution. Return of the Matriarch. We are the Indigo Task Force. Indigo Task Force.
Return of the Matriarch.
Matriarch LLC presents to you the Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide.
Mothers around the world.
Islamism. You know, a lot of people they just take music for granted and lyrics for granted, and they don't understand the idea of the music industry and the concept. Where did the idea come from? What were you thinking of when you made that? And so the lyrics that go into the song, when you start talking about looking out for the mothers and even biologically, that's like, you know, they said hip hop's our culture, hip hop, but you never talked about looking out for our women biologically in the hip hop. That didn't become a main thing. The main thing became the abuse of the women. So this is why I guess when I first heard it, hip hop could never be my culture. It is a tool within my culture to utilize, and the way I utilize it then makes hip hop a part of my culture. But my culture has to be bigger than hip hop for the sake of it being hip hop. That was banging. So sorry, that was beautiful. I yield the floor.
Thank you. And just like you said, the concept is important. See, I had to. I know I have a hard time speaking. As much as I talk, as much as thank you. Those were all me. Um, I have a hard time speaking sometimes, and so or getting started anyway when I know it's all like right here. But so I did this song today because I thought that I always believe that music, my music, the way I set it up, I have to have a point. There has to be a storyline from start to finish, and it has to make sense everywhere in between. So that's what I try to do here with this song, and to explaining, that that we're standing in the gap, and that gap is the bridge, and that bridge is the youth and the elder, and we're the ones who are still strong body and able are the ones who are doing the work from one side to the other of the bridge that has been created, and that's the gap. So the Indigo Task Force is are those who are willing and able to guide the youth to the elder. So that's why I value all generations of people as we come together, because we have so much to learn from the youth, and we have also so much to learn from the elders, and everything that's happening in the now. We're learning. We're like in the center of so many generations, and so excuse me, uh we're standing in the gap. So that's what the Indigo Task Force is all about. And we used to come into these conversations because, and I mentioned in here Beanie Queens um as one of the titles. Beanie Queens are what I call ninjas in the night. These are mothers, and I and so many other mothers wear the beanie caps, and mothers who wear beanie caps seem to have a whole different type of personality than any other mother or any other woman for that matter. You know what I'm saying? So beanie queens wear beanie caps, and we still qualify as women. You know what I'm saying? Even though we like that style and that look. And so we're also protectors of the children and the family. And it's a that's one of those other terms that I use for the sisterhood. Like, you're gonna fall in one of these categories, and if you don't, we're gonna create a category, because if it's you, then there's another one like you. And so it just grows and grows, and they all come together, but it's just like levels, like the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. There's different levels to, you got the brownies, and then you got the Girl Scouts where you actually go out and do. So it's different. And I have this one uh like idea for the sisterhood and women coming together to wear sashes, at certain events or things like that, as a ceremonial regalia type deal, uh, to signify your branch of service. Like, you could be multiple branches, you know what I'm saying? Just as long as you understand where you fall in based on your skills and ability and willingness to do. But a lot of this deals towards the mental health crisis that we are also facing. There's so many of adults and children uh, suffering from mental illnesses. We're at spiritual warfare. So we think that everything is in the physical sense, when a lot of things are happening in the spiritual sense. And if we're not in tune with spirituality and ourselves within it, we miss it, thinking that it's something physical. And so we deal with elements of from principalities and municipalities. That's no secret, but people don't really talk about what that means. The principalities are those spirits and energies that rule in the unseen, and the municipalities are those who work with or against those energies in the physical realm. But you have to know what you're dealing with. If you don't, then you become consumed by what you didn't even think of. Like the world now has been consumed with things that are not of them, but they agree with it because they're not looking for anything else. They're not going against uh, that energy. So I was saying today, uh, we have to go in the path of least resistance. A lot of times we be, moving towards things, and if it's a struggle, we want to continue to push up against it. But why do that? So, um, mental health, temporary insanity is really going on, and that's back to what you were saying at the beginning. Um, it becomes too much sometimes when you said it so many times and you think that there's some agreement or understanding there, and then the next minute it's the spewing of poison all over again. But that's how, when I see stuff like that, that's what helps me to be even more patient with my own self, because I go through the same things in different areas. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all growing, and every day is a day to do better, to be better, to feel better. But if you're not actively working on that, that's not a comfortable thing to discuss or to, deal with. So there's a lot of pushback, and they don't understand the peace that comes on the path of least resistance. And that's when you agree within yourself. See, people be projecting outwardly what's going on the inside. So you speak your truth, stand your ground, and leave it alone. Cause ain't no sense in dragging some weight that's not helping you. It's not serving you at all. So that's a lot um in reference to having the knowledge and understanding of what it is to see when you're dealing with things, and things that we have to go through on our own to even be a part of the Indigo Task Force. Like, you have to have elevated through the ranks of understanding to even be here and to understand what this is all about, because everything that the Indigo Task Force is all about is natural. It comes natural. It can't be taught. It's what you have to go through in your personal walk and on your journey to get here. Because it once you elevate to this point, then you should understand what it is to form a union of bodies. It's the army of mothers, you know, that are also supported by the men. You know, we're not just, it's like what I like to say, the gorillas guide or guard the elephants on the way through the passages of the jungles and wilderness and things like that, because the gorillas know the landscape. They can do things that elephants can't do. But the elephants in a force are dangerous just by themselves, and they can do things that the gorillas can't do. So the matriarch is represented by the elephants, and the men, the bro stars, represented by the gorillas. guerrilla warfare type deal. So, say something, please. Ask me a question or something, cause yeah.
No, okay. So, when you talk about it like that, I do remember you bringing that up in the past, and it was like it it'll come up later. So now it has come up. So the Indigo Task Force is like, is indigo color, is that like purple?
My brother said the same thing. It's blue, like a deep blue.
Okay, but not navy blue.
No,
No, okay. So
it's like
but
a.
is it
It's
lighter
like
than
that
a
color
navy blue?
blue. You see that color blue up there at the top of this picture? It's
Yeah.
purple all around it, but that blue in the center,
Yes.
that's like
That kind of
indigo.
blue. Okay, so I almost saw myself in an indigo outfit, like the Black Panther.
Hmm.
But that color blue is too light. I don't that's too light. I would have to wear it like a patch instead
Hmm.
of a full, like the Panther suit.
Right.
Because the construction, the concept, and the idea, and the construction, all of that is right. So the acting on it and the being about it is always the parts that are being worked out, worked through, are being looked at. But this
Right.
is the reason why you are my aunt and you are at the matriarch, because you come up with these ideas and you're presenting them. It's up to other people to grab on, hear your words, and grab on and assist in making whatever the situation is better than what we're going through right now. And this is the power that I don't think all of us truly know we have. We don't truly know. I could have said they don't believe, but no, we don't talk like that. They don't know that they have the power to come together in order to change things and make things different. And where we think people are in charge of us, we end up being in charge ourselves. People don't have the full understanding, comprehension, and this is a point where we are trying to drive home. And then I see you, Sai Sarcina. Islam back at you. And yes, man, we just went through a little conversation to discover it's blue and what type of blue it is. I just thought it was a color that would make me, I something I could wear like the Black Panther, because that would have been dope. But it's that light blue. That
Is
that light blue with a gray or a black suit. That light blue shirt, that color would rock out. But
hmm.
as a full Black Panther suit, nah, that wouldn't do.
I could see that. I could see that color in a linen or
Oh, you
something
see, you said linen. I'm just
linen.
talking
Yeah.
about a blue cotton shirt. I don't know
Yeah.
nothing
No.
about
Like
linen.
you know, like the linen shirt with the pants, linen pants. That's
Like
nice.
the flimsy white and brown pants.
Yes, the
Okay, all
usual
right, that's
colors
linen.
in
Okay,
that
all
in
right.
that color.
I usually see linen in rust or tan, right?
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, all right. So yeah, though that I guess that style's all right. I guess yeah, that'd be a nice a blue linen. Yeah, that would be dope as a blue linen. All right. See, look at that. We doing fashion and all of that stuff right here. We we didn't schedule that. It just came up.
Right. No,
But
but
so in you saying that, do you have the ability to play that video?
Which video?
The little boy.
Oh, let me see. I need to send it to this other account.
Wait, let's try it like this. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. And so for everything we're talking about, this type of thing right here.
I'm gonna pull it up.
I don't know why I froze. All right, so it's going back and forth, ending its play. I didn't really see. They didn't really show the guy dancing on top of the mother like they did. I seen this like 9 months, a year ago, something like that, and they show how the guy was on top of the mother and little man's response. And I thought everybody as adults' response was disgusting because the first thing that came out their mouth was, "Oh, look, he's acting like her husband." And then they started making and picking at him basically about it, and he's crying. And here's a little dude who's hurt because he sees his mother being disrespected in front of all of these people, and he's confused about what's going on. So
Right.
it seemed as if no one really focused on that part, and everybody just focused on the fact of him trying to be her husband. Which, what kind of message are we sending here about sons and mothers? That video upset me.
I have to admit that that was a very upsetting video for me as well on so many different levels. Okay, there's a time and place for everything. I don't know the situation, but um, I've seen this little boy and his mother do videos, uh, several different platforms, several different skits. And so the little boy is very I'm not saying that you shouldn't have a good communication with your child, because I talk to my children. I tell them about what's going on in the household and things like that, but there's certain things that I don't involve them in. And that type of situation right there, I believe that the little boy kind of overreacted in that environment. And it was like he was throwing a tantrum, but he's also a child as well. But they treat him like he's older than what he is because he has such a big personality. So his big personality sometimes outweighs the fact that he's still a child. So in his child form, in mind and behaviors, this was his reaction. It was like, you know how a baby um is being passed around, or then the mother gets a baby that belongs to someone else, and the baby of that mother gets jealous because they're getting attention, they're giving attention to another baby. Well, it was kind of like that, you know but there's also ways to assist children at that age so they don't feel that way. So there's something missing there with guiding him in how to deal with his emotions when he doesn't like or agree with something. She's an adult. You can't tell an adult what to do, but then at the same time, adults should be more responsible with their children's emotions. So I feel many different ways about it.
I can't, I can't, I can't disagree with what you're saying because of the way we both see it. See, I see it from the mother bent over at a party, and some strange dude is running up, throwing himself on top of her.
Yeah,
That's what the little man was ashamed of that,
yeah,
and all of that came out of that. Because if I was a couple of feet bigger, I would handle this the way I feel right now, and I wouldn't be standing here crying. But because I'm so small and I don't understand what's going on, I don't. I started crying. But the actions of the mother, she was living out her Cardi
hoochie
B
mama
life
lifestyle. Yeah,
in,
hoochie
in,
mama.
in front in front of the child, and little man got felt disrespected. To me, being a
Okay,
man,
well,
I
I
I, I say he had every right to come off, and he was in a weak position as a little man to be handling something like that. And then or everybody around him responding. See, I would expect the women to be like, "Yeah, why are you shaking your butt up underneath that dude like that? You don't know him. He's not the boy father. He ain't there. You just underneath this dude." You know how these young
you
kids talk, with the videos talk about and stuff. So how mommy looking in front of the sun right now? That's where, to me,
you're
that little
right.
boy was coming from.
You are absolutely right, and I see exactly where you're coming from with that. So I agree with that take on it, and that's probably a much more appropriate take to have. Looking at it from the child's perspective, as in feeling disrespected or seeing his mother being disrespected, and so and yeah, there should be more conversations about, hey, why are you letting this dude run all up behind you like that in front of your child, and you don't even know this person like that. You know what I'm saying? um yeah, I agree with that. And it is on the mothers, and that's why, and that's why we're here also, to say those things out loud. The mothers need to get their act right. And Calico agrees. Adults in the room were entertained, but the young was not
Hire him.
impressed. Yeah,
No, he wasn't. He was ashamed of his mama at that point in time in the public.
yeah. I can see that. And you want to know something? This also brings to light the fact that of the like the numbing effect, the numbness to right and wrong. And that's just in line pretty much of like what the Indigo Task Force is standing for. And so you have that concept already embedded within your thought process with this situation altogether, because that's exactly what should be happening. That's exactly what should be happening. That would be the right thing to do. I would have to agree with you. Yeah.
Okay,
And
what
stand
now
on
in
that.
this particular case, in particular, what are you saying you agree with?
I'm saying I agree with the fact that it's the mother who needs to get her act together. And
Oh, okay. Yes,
the
ma'am.
child had every right to feel what he felt, you know, um, in his presence. Um, and the crazy thing is that it just puts more responsibility on a child to have to feel that they're the protector of their mother when the mother wasn't even considering him in that manner. So that was a lot of pressure at that time. So yeah, I can see that, and my heart goes out to little man for
So,
having to
so you
feel
know what?
what he was feeling.
We noticed this in the hood one year. A few older dudes were dying. A few young boys killed them. We never asked, but the conversation did go to that older dude was dating his mom's at one time and disrespected his mom.
Mm,
We didn't know that he was with the moms at any time. Those wasn't his children or nothing. But the relationship between the young dude and the older dude and how quick things transpire once they got together, you did something wrong to that little boy. You beat his mother in front of him, and he always was gonna get you back. He was always gonna get you back. And that these are see, we don't talk and we don't examine everything that goes on inside of us. And then if somebody asks in a situation like that, a young boy, especially if he damn near got away with it, he ain't gonna tell you the story, and he probably ain't gonna tell you, oh, he used to beat up my mother. They ain't gonna say nothing to you because now they feel like they handled the deal. Now it's time for them to go home. So there's a lot of hurt inside of our communities, and it comes in a whole bunch of different ways. And a lot of the young boys seen their mamas get dissed. And we got to know that, and that was an example of it. So
you know,
somebody has to make being a mother cool again,
yes.
and that group of women are the winners who make motherhood cool again
That's
because
what I'm trying
the
to do. I
system.
just need more mothers to come and say, "Yeah, we are cool."
Yeah, okay, yes, man. That's what I'm saying. Yes, ma'am. More mothers to say, yeah, we are. I'm just looking at this from all the different angles of what you're saying. And Sly Starcina says she agrees.
Hmm.
We need more women to make motherhood cool again
Yes,
and
that's the
have a better
goal.
understanding of who the mother is.
Right. And you want to know something? It's easier for me to be in motion with these things rather than to talk about these things, because I'm still learning. Like that's why I love to sit at the feet of elders and learn from them. you know, I know how to be a student, and I value my time as a student. You know, and moving from different, levels of, but we're always learning. We're always in a situation of learning or of teachable
No,
moments.
no, or we are. We're even
Yeah.
when we teach, we learn.
Yeah, right.
Even when we
Right.
teach, we learn. Students,
So,
from the time we get here to the time we go, we are students.
right. Yeah. It's printing. Okay. So, but yeah, tonight it's been crazy today. I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
so I don't know if anyone looked at that PDF that I put in the group, but
I don't think so. I didn't see.
the other day, just because we all talked and
Mhm.
certain agreements were made, this week we earned over 70,000 pesos as a group, about 1,500 a piece for the week, and 63,000 change left over to the government. And that's an example of the bonds and the pesos and how they work. Then I shared an idea for a check as we get ready to design the money per yesterday's agreement. So that PDF is an example of 8 people. That's just 8 people. $70,000 to the government
Okay.
with 8 people in a week, and then we strip out the 20% that we each get for bringing for doing that bond. That's a lot of 63,000 pesos and change. That's a lot of pesos for 1 week. I don't know what anybody. Now you multiply that times two with 8 people, and I'm sorry, you multiply that times 52, 52 weeks. So you multiply that 63 times 52, and that's how much our government, like GDP, are looking forward. That's what we got to look forward to at the end of the year to have in pesos for our government to pay for things.
You saying 63
Oh,
times 52 each
no, ma'am. One time that eight
one time.
people, 8 people, and the net was 63. That's the net. That's after our 20% was taken out. The net is 63. So
Okay.
63 times two. I mean times 52. Why I keep saying that? Why I keep saying 60? Why I keep saying times two?
Cause there is a two there.
That five is very important. That 50. Islamism.
Yeah, says Islamism. She said, well, I figured it was you. You wanted to come down here and talk. Okay. Well, you still got some work to do. Okay. Sister Cena says just as we saw a negative situation on a social event, we need to see a positive situation at a social event. Yes, I'm glad that I could be that example tonight because
Islam.
I was looking at it in such a way, and so I stand corrected in my original thought process in that and seeing, because I can get pulled into the energy and which way it's going if I'm not really taking myself out of that energy to see it differently. So I haven't really had that conversation except for with you, and I hear it from a different angle. And so that angle cannot be denied or refuted. There's no debate there. It
Yes,
makes
ma'am.
perfect sense. And so, me as a mother, I wouldn't even put myself or my children in that position. So, I don't even think like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm like, okay, and I would have to assume that most people who would not put themselves or their children in that type of situation would immediately think all kind of crazy things rather than to isolate uh different parts of that situation to get a better picture of what was displayed there. So yeah, I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's right in time and in line with everything else. Because I'm obviously not prepared to talk about the Indigo Task Force in such a way because really it's not really anything to talk about. It's as I have come to understand what it is just coming into it's everything that we're just talking about is only a different branch of the same thing. It doesn't even just represent women. It represents men as well. And so I say mothers around the world. And I had learned this concept just recently actually. It was a man who had did a video and he called himself a mother. And when I heard him explain that a mother, a man as a mother, women get titled as fathers when the man isn't in the home. I don't agree with that because I'm not a father. This man was saying he was a mother because he was taking care of his children, even though he considered himself a father because he had to handle the things that a mother would usually handle. He was still in the role of a mother. He's not a mother, but he's had to assume the role of a mother. And so I was like, okay, I can understand that. So a mother is not gender related or
Listen,
gender specific.
matter and Prater. I don't know who you talking about, but he sound like a fool to me. He sound like a fool to me. His whole conception, his whole idea. You just a father taking care of your child. What's wrong with you? You just a dad taking care of your children. Well, I'm a mother. Well, what's the extra for? We don't all of all of that right there. And you know it's crazy because wait till I tell you, Sister Cena brought up the idea of unisex words, right? And so in our culture, in our ancestry, there were like the word being is neither masculine nor feminine, but when you say a being, you know that you are talking about one of us who then again is called a human or masculine, feminine, or even worse, male or female. When you say a being, and that is a unisex word that describes all of us. So
Mm-hmm.
after looking up the ending of the words STR,
Mm-hmm.
STER, and seeing that definition, then looking up the definition of ER and seeing that negative definition, then I looked up the beginning of brother, which turned out to be the word broth, and that was negative. And then bro comes from, it's a shortening of brother. But a broth is a boiling pot of flesh. The ER is an agent noun, which is negative. As S, when you hear the ending STER, you should know there's something sinister about that word that you are saying. So
Mm-hmm.
we know Psi Star, we use that for our sisters. But we know the Psi stands for serious. So
Mm-hmm.
has this word Psi Star now, should that be more appropriately applied to all of us in a unisexual way as opposed to Bro Star, which has to do with a broil, a but cooking a stew with a negative ER
See,
connotation on it,
I don't
which they
like
call it.
words.
Huh? Yeah, okay, all right, see?
I don't like
See?
words. I really don't. Words,
We've been speak.
mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Words confuse everything.
We are spelling. We are casting spells in the way we speak in this language that we are speaking of and from with the knowledge that we have of it, the
Yeah.
understanding that we have of it. And one of the things that we're missing is the prefix, the root, and the suffix are all separate words from different languages. Some of them probably made up. Okay, so a, a neighbor, a na- the word neighbor. Well, that's an awfully funny word, isn't it? We know Neigh, neigh. Isn't that something horses say?
Mm-hmm.
And a boar is a pig, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So when you calling somebody a neighbor, is it like saying they're getting on your nerves like a squilly pig or something? You keep the horse in the barn, they're your neighbor. They really bother you to be over there and be a part of you. But you and I, we don't study the word and the origins of the word, just as good morning versus grand rising. And so
Right.
my brain goes off on these trips with the words sometimes. And I'm operating from the fact that all these words are spells that put us on the lower function of life. And I know that if we consider ourselves male and females, that is a farm animal term used, a term used for animals, male and female. That's for animals, not for divine beings.
Like even kids, that's an animal.
A goat, a
Uh,
baby goat.
yeah, babies and children, all of those things are like negative. So I like to say offspring. I like to say our progeny. I like to say our legacy, referring to children. And I like what Sister Cena said right here. The nurturing is the role of the parent. So nurturing
Amen.
is what makes you a mother or father. And so fathers can have a nourishing position, and so can a mother. Like just because you're a woman or a mother doesn't mean you have that's the only role you can be in, to be a nourisher. So yes, it's the nurturing that is prevalent in what makes you a mother or a father.
But
So I think that was a
you
really
can't
good
be
point.
both of them. You cannot be
You
both of
can't be
them.
both.
You're
Right.
either one or the other. Stop trying to take the other one's place
You, you're
because you
either
feel some
co-parenting
way.
or not. I'm sorry. Right. You're
They used to say
co-parenting.
to me, my friends used to say, you like it's Friday night, they going out. What you doing tonight? I'm taking care of my children. Oh, you got to babysit? No, I can't babysit my own children. I'm watching my children tonight. That's what I'm doing. I'm with my children. All that babysitting, I don't understand that type of language, especially when the
Right.
children are yours.
Right. How you babysitting your own children? But people detach themselves so far from what children need today, and most times it's just attention and affection and a sound mind to guide.
You know that for me, that's little me. The child, the
Yeah,
infant, that's little me. How can I
exactly.
not love little me? That's little me right there. How can I not love little me and want the best for little me? What's going on?
Right,
Am I jealous of little me?
right. That never made sense to me. People have such a crazy way of dealing with children. They use children as pawns, as bargaining tools. I'm not, if I can't deal with you, I'm not gonna deal with the child type deal. You know what I'm saying? And so that just hurts the children, that type of attitude.
Yes,
Or I'm
ma'am.
only gonna do enough to say I did something.
Yes, ma'am.
But it takes more than that to be an effective parent.
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
knowing what their interests are.
Holding the child from the parent is foul from
Yes,
the jump,
definitely.
and after that, anything said after that is like ridiculous because that shouldn't even have to be said about holding the
What?
child back from the
Oh,
parent. That
yeah.
certain things shouldn't even have to be said. They should go. They should be able to go unspoken.
You
And I
know,
and these are the things that get my brain rattled. I don't understand what's going on. It's like that's just the dumbest thing in the world you could ever say or do. Why would you say or do that? But people say and do these things.
right. And I don't understand that. That just always bothered me. How people fight over children, and then you had these children with this person. Now that you're not getting along, the child can't have a relationship with the other parent now because you mad, you in your feelings, you something didn't go your way, so now you get to say no, I can't, you can't love your child. Like, that's crazy. I don't agree with
Yep.
that type of behavior.
And so
Men should
my
know they
ex
have
is
rights
playing.
too.
My ex is playing that game right now, acting like she's scared of me with my youngest son. And it's just like, yo.
sorry you're going through that. I really hope everything work out. Because the crazy thing is that it in time the truth is revealed, and all it leaves is questions and anger, because now this child has become an adult and realizes that you used your emotions to hinder what could have been a great relationship with that other parent, whether you're with them or not. If that parent was trying to be involved.
I raised her two children, her son and her daughter and her son. The young
And
lady's
you
older.
can't even raise your own child, that's crazy. That's like the
Yeah,
devil's plan.
she she felt it would be
I'm
best if I
sorry.
went. Hey, you're telling the truth. She felt it would be best if I sat in jail every other month or whatever behind her BS, and we're still together. Because once we got a divorce, she said, "Oh, why'd you divorce me? I would have never divorced you." Wouldn't nobody divorce me. I would divorce you. I know what I am. I know me. That's why I can divorce you. Because, if she's willing,
Right.
whenever you're willing, most brothers would just stay in the relationship for that part. That part don't mean nothing to me. I keep telling you, I keep saying that part don't mean nothing. That part, that's like, I don't even know how to describe because that's what it is. So that
The
part
the cherry on
means
top.
yes, ma'am. So,
It's
but
still ice cream.
how are you? How are you acting when you're on your feet? Because
Right.
when you're on your feet, that disturbs with me. That disturbs the sheets. I can't. I can't relate. My brain freezes up throughout the day, and
Facts.
then by the time nighttime come and makeup sex, what makeup sex? Listen, in order to have makeup sex, that means there had to be a made up problem. Because now we're having makeup. I don't want to have makeup sex because I don't want to have made up problems.
Right.
And these type of things, just being me, I guess, I'm deficient in relationships because I don't understand these type of things that one must go through in order to be in a relationship. I don't get it.
No, right. Obviously I don't get it either. So that's okay. We're here to talk about it today.
It's just funny. It's
It
just
is
funny how
funny.
everybody thinks. 'Cause, when we was going through it, I used to have thoughts. So now that it's over, I'm still asking the questions. Why is we up at 1 and 2 in the morning arguing and fighting till 5, 6 in the morning? What the hell is going on? And I thought we finished that subject an hour ago. Why are we back on this subject 2 hours later?
Look, I don't miss them times. I don't miss them days. I don't. I feel so
What
good.
is
I'm free. I'm free. I don't have to worry about none of that. I'm so out of
what's it?
touch. I don't even know what people argue about in relationships no more. Like what? What you talking about?
Do they argue in relationships anymore? I don't know now. Shit, I don't know if they be arguing and stuff. But wait, now see,
I
that's
don't
not.
know.
I'll be lying if I said that. One day I was coming out of the package store. I seen this pretty woman, right? And I really realized how I don't go after women like I used to. You know what I'm saying? When I was younger and stuff, I was just recognizing that. And as soon as I recognized that, a car drove in, and I heard him and her going at it, and I said, "Oh, that's why I ain't with nobody." For that one reason, right there. No more. We could be together for 3 years. That one night would kill it. That one day like that would kill it. Right then and there. Like, no, I'm done. I can't.
Man, we can't
Nope.
talk. I ain't got time. I'm not finna be hollering and arguing back and forth because we need to be able to communicate. If you didn't like that 5 hours ago, you should have said something 5 hours ago. Don't come talking to me about nothing that happened. Do you know how much didn't happen in 5 hours?
The whole
I done,
world done changed in 5 hours.
I done probably changed my clothes in 5 hours. So I don't even have the same thing I had on 5 hours ago. What is you talking about? I ain't got time for that. No, count me
Man,
out.
that's some funny
I'm
stuff.
not in a relationship
That
by
that's some
choice.
funny.
That's yeah,
The radio be
yeah.
on and just be arguing for no good darn reason and gotta go to work in the morning, and now it's 4 o'clock in the morning and still arguing like it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness.
Count me out. You gotta count me out. You got to count me out. Don't even count me in that. Not interested. Not at all. No. Cause what are we arguing
Well,
about? If we're being
and what
honest
we
with
see
each
today,
other, what are we
nothing,
arguing about? Exactly.
nothing.
About not being honest, not communicating, not being transparent. I'm so very transparent because I don't want no don't ask me no questions. I don't know how to answer questions too good.
You don't know how many times I knew what the problem was, but I couldn't answer what the problem was because I said I didn't know what the problem was, but yet and still I knew what the problem was. And that used to
Yes.
just okay. So then you're telling me I know what the problem is, then tell me how to fix the problem. Because if you could tell me what the I know what the problem is, and I'm telling you I don't, then tell me how to fix the problem. I never got a solution to fixing problems. None. I
Well,
never got one.
did you know what the problem was?
Did I know? No,
Yeah.
ma'am. No, ma'am. To this day, I'm confused. Well, I was told I knew, but I just didn't know. You
Okay.
know, even listen, even today, right? Like with our signs and stuff, people say things like, "Well, you know how a Leo is. How is a Leo? A Leo. So everybody born in between this month and time acts one way.
Yeah, no.
There's no
Not
difference
true.
in Leos. I don't get that. And so, but a lot of people are saying that nowadays by the signs. They think they
Yeah.
know who people are. And I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
that ain't fair because I'm a Scorpio. Y'all keep telling me I'm nasty and I'm not. But because I'm a Scorpio, that's something Scorpios gotta wear, right? Just this is who we are. And it's like, yo, man. You're
Right.
like,
So yeah. Uh-huh. People get stuck. People get stuck on the zodiacs. And Lazarus Lamel like to call them zodiacs. Because they all represent animals. To some, the only one that's not an animal is a Libra, which is a scale, a balancing scale. Is there another one?
No, not that I can think of.
Hmm. So, what towels, babe? For
So he
for
called
the
it a zoo.
kitchen? Oh, up here in the bathroom. I'm sorry. Up there on top. But yeah. Hmm.
I hope everybody else
Arguing for
finds
no
this funny
reason.
too.
Yeah. I hope that what Cena say, I don't mind male friends, but that's all I want is a friendship. I don't need a man to build. I need a man to help build infrastructures on my homestead. Okay. Uh, you ain't gotta be in no relationship for that.
Not at all.
You ain't gotta deal with no nonsense for that. But
Not at
but
all.
most times the crazy thing is that see when you're in a relationship with somebody that has the capability of doing those things, you don't necessarily have to pay them with cash. You know what I'm saying? They're invested in the relationship and they do those things or should be doing those things, as household duties. Like the kitchen gets clean, the dinner gets cooked, and all of that. Who's gonna change the light bulbs and clean the gutters and you know what I'm saying, build ramps and things like that. But if you don't have a man around, there's plenty of men who they you got to pay them. They doing it.
Saturday and Sundays. Those are the days for that. Saturdays and Sundays.
Saturday for what do you mean? That's the day for that. Like who the day for what men
For
to
the
go out and
gutters, for any
volunteer or
no, for any gutters to get clean. No,
okay.
at my house, Saturday's the day for that. If there any cleaning, you're gonna wash clothes and stuff. Saturday morning is time. See, by Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock, all that kind of dumb stuff should be over with. There should be no reason to do nothing but spend Saturday chilling out by 3 o'clock. Everything gets done in the morning. Saturday, and then it could be a Sunday morning too. But
That's old school.
and
I remember
for
my
some people,
grandparents. Yeah.
yeah, some
My
people,
granddaddy would do stuff like that. I'm sorry.
no. See, it just, I'm telling people, stuff is like reminding me of stuff. So one night after a club, it was like four dudes, 6 or 7 chicks, and we all go back to one young lady's house. When we got there, the dishes were piled so high in the kitchen, and we had to enter through the kitchen. And it was just, and she thought we was all gonna sit there and party at her house, and the trash was all over the floor. And she actually thought people was gonna sit there and party in her house.
Some people
And
will.
she got, huh?
Some people will. They don't care. That's how their house look.
Okay, so that was the end of the night. The end of the night for me. And since one of the cars was mine, we all had to leave. Everybody was mad. They was mad. I'm not staying here. I'm not doing anything in here. Her room is probably clean. Now, probably. We walked into the kitchen. Done. Done. I don't know. Oh my God. Where are people operating from? Who gonna cook in there?
Now, look, because I'm not cooking in no dirty kitchen. And if you think I'm finna sit up here and clean up, cook, and then clean up again, and then you want me to cook again on top of that, and ain't nobody volunteered to do anything. If y'all hungry, you better clean that kitchen, cause I ain't cooking in a dirty kitchen. Or
I wouldn't even. You couldn't clean that kitchen in front of me, and I cook something or eat something out of there. If I ate, I should have never seen the kitchen like that at all. There's no way in heaven I should have ever seen that kitchen like that. And that's all. I should have
I
never
know.
seen that kitchen.
I agree with that, because I don't like when people come into my home and it doesn't look presentable. I knew you was coming. You know what I'm saying? And I just like to clean. I like a clean home. I don't. I like to be neat and organized to the best of my ability. You know, we live here, but I mean, but yeah, no.
No, people they just been reminding me of these things this week. I say over the last 2 weeks, just things have been happening where I just basically got to stand there with my mouth open, like, did I really just hear that? Did I just see what I think I just saw? What? That didn't make any sense in the world. But then it's reminding me of stuff that like always been pushing in the back of my head. I never thought of after that event. It's just it's weird. It's weird. I've had so many thoughts, and then studying these words and the use of these words is tripping me out because
Yeah, I see you looked
we
up
all use
human,
them.
and that tripped me
Yeah,
out because we say we have human rights, right? So, let me see where you had that word at, cause that tripped me out for real. I was
I
like,
think it was
y'all
in the video.
human?
Wasn't it in the video?
Did I don't, I don't remember it being in a video. It must have been, cause I don't see it.
I think it was in that video. He was talking about law words.
Oh yeah, and he mentioned human, and I was like, okay.
Human
Even
means
human,
monster.
you can't watch human. I mean, say human.
No.
So yeah, that's what the definition of words in the Black's Law Dictionary. Now, when this is now, I want to say this real quick. They call this dictionary Black's Law, and we're talking about the word black, and it's like Black's Law. So the law on words that affect blacks.
So when we deal with these colors, we know like white is supposed to represent good.
Mm-hmm.
Black does represent bad. So the Black's Law Dictionary, and this is the way they said his name was Black, whoever wrote it. His last name was Black. But because of the way things have turned out with this Black's Law Dictionary, this dictionary is a use of terminology, of words and terminology that does fit their supremacist system of darkening the entire world, because even Caucasians call themselves humans.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're out of law too, the ones that call themselves humans. They're out of
But
law
even
and
but even in the Constitution, it's in the We the People. It says in the events of in the course of human events.
of
In the
monster
course of
event.
human events, your these things are pertaining to you in the course of human events. So even they had to even I always found it very interesting that they put that into the first line because who are you talking to before they became human? So, what were they called before you called them human? And what creates a human event? Okay, so if there's a human event, what other kind of events are we operating in? That's just one. So this is where people, I think, get stuck in that, what they call it, the linear lifestyle, because you're in the human event. But when you go outside of this human mindset, you're so much more than any title that has been put on you. You just have to learn how to operate within those powers.
So that's where, when we go back to the words, like, you are a being. We can't argue that you're a being.
Right.
But now, when you go outside, you're a divine being, because you've gone outside that human event. Now you're having a divine event. Maybe, well, the human event is like the worst event you can have, especially if you end up black in that event. But they taught everybody to be human, and in that lowered everyone else's status as far as beings, and everybody's rights on the lands and things of that nature. It was a damning of everyone, and to sign people on to certain agendas.
Mm. And so, looking at things like that, when we trace back through thought processes and emotions and get back to the original state of thought, which is a clean slate. Erase everything. Now look at everything with new eyes, real eyes. That's what I said in the song. A real eye nation, realization. To be a real eye nation, we as a people coming together to see things for what they truly are in its original state without having any names at all. It is what it does. Like, I don't always have words. I'm losing words day by day. Words are becoming less important. Like, I'm not trying to use big words anymore. Like, I still use big words that have um a foundational meaning to it, based on it explains what it is in its name. Other than that, I'm not using an abundance of words. I'm actually, excuse me, I'm actually losing words. I don't even know how to formulate all the time, and it's tripping me out because even on tonight's show, I'm stumbling and I'm tripping over my words. It's like my words was just like, all my vocabulary was just like it was sucked up out of me right when I hit live. I don't
Yes,
even know what
ma'am.
happened tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
nice, babe.
Even
I'll
though
share it
I
with
had
you.
written it down. Oh, nice, nice, nice
It's
work.
It's golden. Rostar L. Yagarb says, nice work. No yellow. Okay, well then you tried something new and it looks wonderful.
Yes, it does.
It looks all shiny, yeah. Hmm. You gonna hang it on the wall with the rest?
It took me about 5 months to begin to say the word edification instead of education. I
Hmm.
had to keep reminding myself after I said the word education that no, I'm supposed to be saying edification. And that's
Edification.
probably why I have found myself stumbling over words lately that used to be so simple to say. Now it's like I'm catching myself so much. I'm stuttering on my words and I can't stand it
Right.
because I refuse to represent or say something that makes me lower than who I already said I was and take
Right.
me out of my stage and have me dealt with
Yes.
in a funky way. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I get that. I absolutely understand what it is that you're saying because that's exactly what's happening. Excuse me.
They've
I'm
established a
sitting here.
whole new world through the words where we cast a spell on ourselves. They
Right.
are
You
trapped
know,
up in English language,
yeah.
and we need to decode those words and even realize that in some cases, just so one of the things I remember in school, don't say I be, he be, she be, we, but at the highest level of when we speak, I be going to the store. I be doing it. Nobody else doing it with me, but I be. I be. I am. I be. I am. These things sound like they go together. What's wrong? Was I
Yes.
having too much power? Saying I be doing something? Yo, don't play with me no more. I hear the words that they're coming in and out too much. Y'all don't get it. We where y'all going? We be going. Don't ain't no we be. What's the matter? They got too much power and control of themselves when they said we be going to the store.
Right. Right. Oh my goodness. Cause I talk like that. I'd be like, see,
Yep.
and that's
But
natural.
that's power.
Yeah. Cause I be.
Because I be. That's right. I be. So
Yeah.
and
I
it,
be.
these are the thoughts. I'm, I'm, I'm I think of these things when I'm by myself.
No,
This
these
is
are
the way my
good.
brain works. Huh?
This is good.
Okay, these
I'm
are good
loving it.
thoughts.
Yeah, this is just how right where we supposed to be. Because we are self it's self identification, self determination. You know, we have to be able to do and be who we say we are.
Yes, ma'am. So did
Yeah.
you read the definition on stir when I posted that definition
I
STER?
saw it. I did see it, but I don't remember verbatim. I will have to look at it again, but I
Yes,
did.
ma'am.
I was skimming through all of that.
Now, one of the things I just wanted
I
to say
missed
was
the
I thought was funny that I noticed.
PDF.
I put STER and looked that up for the definition and meaning. And we know that when we look in the dictionary and stuff and they want to help us understand, they give us words with that spelling or whatever so we understand. Not one
Mhm.
time did I see the word sister as I looked that up. The word sister that it had hamster up there. It didn't really have hamster, but it had so many other words other than sister. And then when I looked
Right.
up brother, when I looked up the ER, the ending ER, to see what it meant, it never had brother in there as another word with ER to say. It had, they both had a whole bunch of other words. Why wasn't sister and brother included in all these other words and sentences to help me understand? And why were all the sentences in a negative fashion or form talking about the people when they spoke with the STER or the ER?
That's very
That,
interesting.
yeah, so and that we better be very careful how we, and
Cause,
so
cause
back to
where did the
unisex.
words come from to even like? Why do we call a sister and a brother? So I understand what you're
Exactly.
saying. Like, where's the why is there no uh core meaning to the use of those words and titles that we have been so accustomed to using and not even understand? We just say, oh, this is a brother and this is a sister. This is a cousin and this is an auntie and this is an uncle. Like, where did these words come from? And these titles. And I
Yes,
think,
ma'am.
it would be interesting if we sit and look up what all of them even mean, and really kind of like figure out the bigger picture and the dynamic of breaking generational curses by not using those terms.
Yes, ma'am. And that's the reason why I look them up and I bring them up. Now, I'm
Right.
more partial, rather than saying I have brothers and sisters, I have siblings. And
Siblings, yeah,
notice that,
I like siblings.
and that's a unisex word.
Yes.
That's a unisex word. So, is it inappropriate for the brothers, the bro stars right now, to look at these words and then say, because of the word serious, we are all psi stars? Because of the word serious, we all become psi stars. This way, all that brother and broth,
Trash.
and we calling each other brother and neighbor and disrespecting each other every day because you're calling me a horse crying a pig, or you're telling me that you want to cook me in a violent manner in a broth.
In a
No, we're
violent
all psi
manner.
stars. We're all psi stars because of the star series. So that was just a thought that
I
ran through
mean,
my head this week with those words that I was looking at.
I get where you coming from and everything. People would have to get around gender identification. And when you done lived
Well,
your
if we're
whole life
siblings,
identifying
we've
with a
already
gender,
started.
there's a major delay.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Let's see.
If we identify ourselves as siblings, we've already started the demystification of the gender socializing and showing where, and the word being, to say that I'm a divine being does not state masculine or feminine. So we just need one more like that we all agree to that we are. And
Beings with siblings.
yes, ma'am.
It'll come. but
But
I like this, and that's why I understand this title of
this
non-binary.
title of non-binary.
These are people who don't
These are people who
identify
don't
with a
identify
gender.
a gender.
Like,
I don't know
because
what the
I
rest of
look
their
at
agenda is.
I don't understand
I
the
don't
whole
understand
agenda
the
for
whole
that
agenda
either,
for that
but I
either,
do
but I do
understand the
understand
use
the
of
use of
or the
the
concept
or the
of
concept of
non-binary,
non-binary,
even through my own
even through my
experience,
own
because it
experience,
doesn't
because it
change
doesn't change
what I am. It
what
doesn't
I am.
change
It
who I
doesn't
am.
change
It
who
only
I am.
knocks down
It
the
only
walls of
knocks
the
down the
box
walls of the box
that society
that
has placed us
society has placed us
in
in
categories.
categories.
So
So
it basically
it basically
erases the
erases
lines
the
of
line of
being
being
categorically
categorically
separated. You
separated.
know,
You
if
know,
you like
if you
purple,
like
everybody
purple,
that likes
everybody
purple
that
go
likes
over
purple
there,
go over
and it's
there.
boys,
It's
girls,
boys,
you know what I'm
girls.
saying?
You know what I'm
It,
saying?
everybody
It,
that likes
everybody
this
that
go over there,
likes
and then
this
when
go over
everybody
there,
get
and
it,
then
you
when
see
everybody
the
gets
diversity
the
around
diversity
you based on
around
what
you
is
based on
common,
what is common,
not your gender.
not your gender.
Remember they
Yes,
used to
ma'am.
do those
Remember
little
they used to do those
exercises in
little
school?
exercises in school?
That's what they were
That's
studying
what they were
us
studying
when we did those
when we
types of
did those types of
exercises like that,
exercises like that,
because they were keeping
because they were
data,
keeping
and
data.
we were
We were
teaching
we were
them
teaching
how
them
to
how to
change our
change our
minds and thought
minds and
process,
thought
and
process,
a
and
easier way
a
of
easier way
programming
of
based on
programming
how
based
we
on how
reacted in
we
certain
reacted in certain
situations.
situations.
D D.
Because they
That's
don't even
D.
do
Because
some
they
of the
don't even
stuff
do
that they
some
used
of
to
the
do
stuff that they
anymore, because
used
they
to do
already got the
anymore. Because they
data.
already got
It's
the data.
working.
It's working.
So the data that they learned is what they're doing, is what they're applying now. The data that they
Yes.
learned from us. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Wow, that's deep. That's sinister. That's sinister
It was
in
going on
It was
behavior
before.
and
going on
action.
before.
It was going on
It was
before.
going on before.
This is like
Like
slavery
slavery
happening
happening
in real
in
time,
real time.
only it's slavery
Only
in the
it's slavery
mind.
in the mind.
And we think because
And
we
we
can
think
move
because we
about
can
and go
move about and
freely,
go
but we're
freely,
only
but
moving
we're only
around in
moving around
zones, in
in
districts.
districts.
And based on how
And
much
based
money
on
your
how much
district
money your
has,
district
is how
has,
many
how many
resources
resources
that
Yes,
district
that
ma'am.
district
has for the
has
people,
for the
because
people, because
that's what
that's what
it's producing.
it's producing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is. And all right, so you said the word district. So for those of us who do consider ourselves Black and African American, see, if I still thought of myself as a Black or African American, this would be the first one of the first things I'd want to do. I'd get in touch with the United States Census and make them answer me. Why is it that Black and African Americans are the only ones up there who aren't a part of the original people? We can start with y'all answering that question for me right there. Now, after I make a big national case out of that, I would further make a national case that we're going to form our own new political party, and it would be a theocratic party as opposed to Democrat, Republican, or any other party. It would be a theocratic party, since all we're so religious as a people, and make movements from there. If I was Black, those would be the first steps that I would take to
Well,
getting any type of answers.
well,
Well, uh,
I don't even know what to say about that because ain't nothing changing just from the word. And when you become it, it basically voids out anything good. You want to know what's also interesting? When a baby is born, the first thing they do is they black out the sole of their foot. They take their sole at birth and blacken it. That's all
They
babies,
put
no matter what gender, no
they
matter
stamp their
what
foot up and stamp their foot
categorical
on the
race.
they stamp their foot on the birth certificate.
Yeah, on the document that they send to produce. That's
The
the
birth
first
certificate.
birth
Okay.
certificate, is that footprint. That's evidence of birth.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything blacked out is dead.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything in red is the living.
Oh
Anything
wow.
in purple is royal. Anything in blue is lawful. Anything in green is in love.
I never knew that about the colors. Well, I knew that about black, but I never
Well,
knew the red,
I
the
made
blue, and
that
green.
up.
Oh, okay.
That's my color scheme that I
That's
have
why I didn't know. You had to tell me.
associated with how we are to. I used to have all these colored pencils, and this is some of the workings of coming into the creation of the Indigo Task Force. These are the types of conversations that we were having. So I began to do some research on the Indigo Task Force because, like I said, these names and things were coming to me, and people that I was networking with at the time were also confirming this information because they had received similar things, and we were bringing our ideas and concepts together. And that's how we came up with the Indigo Task Force. Now, when I began to do research on the Indigo Task Force, I learned that there was a unit that had already been activated that had a insignia patch that was based in Antarctica. Now, there were several other uh, re- regional patches or those type of insignia patches that were associated with other units that were also based out of Antarctica. Now, this was my first inclination of information that came to me in understanding the significance of Antarctica and why they don't want nobody there. There's there there's been operations and organizations already set up, and these are our people. These are our ancestors, and they don't want us to know that truth, because if we know that we have been all over this world, we will know how they're doing what they're doing, because they have taken possession of major portals. And so let me see if I can find that insignia. I had it, and I think I lost it in my stuff, but I had drew it out and everything. Let's see, Indigo Task Force.
No, nobody knows how much of the world we travel, and the only reason why we get credit for any traveling is as passengers aboard the goods ship, slave, whatever. Good ship Jesus. That's the only traveling our people ever did.
The crazy thing is that it seems a bit harder to find these things now because I have spoken on it already.
Right? Several
So
things
once I
I've looked
started,
for,
mhm,
I can't find now.
yeah, and so that's why it's imperative. I have to find that notebook that I had wrote all those notes in. I wrote almost a whole book full, a few, several, not a whole book, but several pages of notes on the meaning of the Indigo Task Force and what I found and how they were operating and where they were operating and what the insignia looked like. And what it looked like was a triangle coming out of water. Like there was blue water at the bottom, a red triangle, and then it was in a circle, and behind the red triangle was white. So it was red, white, and blue. And so what was more interesting to me was the fact that it was a in the shape of a triangle. And so we're in the triangular I don't know what to call it or how to call it, but this is if we're in our shapes, like, okay, so like the philosopher's stone, okay, is the triangle in the center? Let me look up the
In the
philosopher's
center of
stone.
the circle,
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up so I can see.
it's that by a triangle shape. It's in the center.
Yeah, I had drew it out. Okay, so it's the circle, triangle. What I'm looking at here is a square, and then it's another circle in the center of that.
I'm the circle standing on the square. The triangle is all the problems and angles of life, and the outer circle is the world.
Yes, that's how I see it. Is that how it was explained, or that's how you see it?
No, that's how it was explained to me. That's how
Okay,
the knowledge I gained from it, from studying it, not just looking at it.
right. Let me see.
That's why
Okay,
just we take back all these symbols because they're ours.
right. So there's the philosopher's stone. Let's see. All right. But yep,
I found pictures for the Indigo Task Force, but no images of shapes.
Really?
And they got an owl with a bright purple eye.
Oh no, that's nothing like what I seen.
And then they're showing a patch, but it looks like a NASA patch. It's a circle splitting. It's a circle with an inner circle, and then that inner circle is split in half with light and blue, and two designs on the patch. It's a it's a
Mm-mm.
patch on a military outfit.
Right, it's an actual patch, but it looks like it's just a triangle in water. Let's see. Indigo.
On the dark blue side, I see a circle
Mhm.
with signs that might say north, east, west, and south. And then I do see a four-pointed star inside of it. And then on the light blue, it has some red insignia.
I wish I could find that to show you what I saw. And that's so crazy. That's why I took notes and then lost everything. And it's been so long since I've had this conversation. Let's see. Iceland. World War II. Here it is. I think this is it. This is it. Yeah, it's red and white. The triangle is red and white. This is it right here. Okay, let me share the screen. It's a Iceland base. Iceland, not Antarctica. Okay. So many steps to go through to get this on here. Okay. There we go. That's the patch.
Oh, okay. No, didn't see that. Wow, what's that? A mushroom cloud?
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it? That's so crazy. And you know what? Now I'm seeing it different because you said that. It looks like a mushroom with an arrow in the middle
Or upside down heart?
or an upside down heart. But I like the mushroom with the arrow in the middle because it makes me think about the last or one of the conversations we had, the arrow direction or
Yes,
arrow
ma'am.
navigation. And see, we didn't talk. None of this came up. So you see the picture behind us. Let me see. Let me pull that up, and it's like three arrows going upward, and three triangles that create the what would you call this?
The background that you have on there.
Yeah, it's the logo for the Indigo Task Force, and this I created that logo. Okay,
That's
so
hype.
here's
I
the
seen it.
logo.
I seen it. Yeah, I seen that. That's hype.
Yep. So it just yeah. I think it's significant uh looking at it from the conversations that we've had leading up to tonight. all the all the things that we're putting together in as a collective whole, not just what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
doing or what you're doing, but what everything making sense as a collective whole coming together. And
And bringing
so,
more focus to the elders.
yes, you said bringing more focus to the elders.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
'Cause I didn't forget about them. I just figured they were safe. But now, like, you're making a way to talk to them every day and to deal with them the same way we're dealing with each other. You're making them part of the mix. I didn't. I never went that far
well,
because the elders do need to be uh,
oh,
accounted also.
absolutely. Bridging the gap is was the first concept, and then standing in the gap, you need to have a force. Any nation that is coming into existence has to have a militia, a well-regulated militia, and a well-regulated militia does not have to be uh, one standing in violence. It's standing
At
in
all.
protection and knowing that you have a role in protection. Like you take that serious. That's a
Yes,
title.
ma'am.
So
Indeed.
this is so this is so this is what Indigo Task Force is supposed to represent. It's supposed to represent a military style branch for those who are fit and able bodied and willing to stand in protection in our movements. Like
I
the
like
fruit
the
of
ring of the
Islam.
Indigo Task Force. I like the ring of the Indigo Task Force.
Yes, me too, actually. I could see it being on a patch. You know what I'm saying? We used to have these conversations, like talking about like families that have special needs and different things that could be incorporated to for a safe and for a safe safety measures. You know, neon shoestrings or uh, things that were neon and highlighted, uh, using bright colors. You know what I'm saying? Things like that to identify children that are under the protection of the Indigo Task Force. So no matter where you are stationed, you recognize those that you are to protect by some signature, like highlights or neon colors, in a certain way that's been designed um,
Well, the
for
your
those
logo
families.
is good for your logo is good for a patch, and so like they have summer camps, and the summer camp people gotta wear certain things and stuff like that. So then there you go, and any when we do not initiations, but manhood and womanhood training.
Rites of
Right,
passage.
rites of passage, yes, ma'am. And ceremonies like that and things of that nature.
Yes. You saying how it could be used, this logo could be used.
Yes, ma'am. And as a whole, the Indigo Task Force, it
Oh
is a
yeah.
thing. And so now in the Indigo Task Force, we know who you are. If you're a trainer there or whatever, we know who you are. If you're a member there, if you're off on camp together, whatever, we know by it's like Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts insignia. We know it when we see it.
Right. That part.
Yes. Yes,
That
ma'am.
that patch
We know
needs
that's
to
a lot of
be
people.
created. Like I would love to see that on a patch.
Well, that sounds like King David and Sister Cena's realm of the world from what they were
I'm
talking.
okay. So I had to leave out of the conversation abruptly yesterday. Um, so I missed that part of it. So you said Star Cena is into
Sewing.
making things, sewing, embroidery, and things.
I don't know about embroidery, but she's into sewing, and so because she's into sewing, I that's why I'm bringing her up. King
Yeah,
David
no,
is
that's
into it.
good.
King David is into it.
Okay. So, he was talking about the headgear that could be on the
Yes.
headgear.
Well, yeah, you mean the headgear he makes, right?
Right. That this logo could be on the headgear.
Yes, ma'am.
So in
Yes,
that's what
ma'am.
it right.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, very nice.
Now, that entire color scheme would make a Black Panther outfit. All that purple is the outfit. That's what, because that's the color I kind of thought indigo was that color
It
in the first
people a
place.
lot of people think it's purple, but it's not purple. It's actually, let me find something and put it up here for what indigo is. Um, let's see. See, they got this color scheme of all these purples is indigo, blue, or purple. Okay, so here, this is. I'm gonna go ahead and put this up. All right. So you see all these different colors, and purple is up here, and purple is not indigo. This here is more like an indigo, like this deep color here. And see, it said the word comes from the ancient dye of the same name, indigo. See, this is what at some point in time this was what they used to do art. Ancient indigo art. Let me see. This is indigo.
Wow. Yeah, that's why I don't match colors and stuff like that.
Mhm. Okay, so let me see. Uh, is a deep color between blue and violet. Is derived from a neutral pigment that comes from plants and was originally exported from India. Indigo is associated with devotion, wisdom, justice, and higher knowledge. It is also believed to open up the third eye and enhance intuition.
So indigo is deep.
Indigo is very deep, and this is why we are called the indigo people, because we are these things when we come and elevate into our higher consciousness and awareness of self. We become devoted to self. We start applying our knowledge, which becomes wisdom, and we seek justice for all things. Like there, we're not existing in a world where injustice is okay and acceptable. That's why we buck the system and higher knowledge. And so, my name Akshita Veda means permanent sacred knowledge. Now, all of this tied into being indigo. I didn't even know what indigo was. I had to learn this through time that, the indigo people were viewed as, let me see what this thing says. I see it as people of God, like gods and goddesses. Indigo people are a group of people who are believed to have certain traits and abilities that are different from the norm. They are intelligent, creative, artistic, inquisitive, rebellious, empathic, spiritual. They also discontent with the status quo. They are also discontent with the status quo, prone to depression, anti totalitarian, psychically inclined, and often passionate about their interests and love exploring new things. Are we not indigo people?
Except for that depression part.
Yeah, that depression. Now, I do deal with depression.
Do you?
I do. I deal with depression very hard, and the reason why is because I'm an empath and I feel everything. So I've had to learn how to overcome depression. That's why I wrote the song Overcoming Depression. Maybe I need to play that song.
Yep. Play.
Yeah. Okay, so hang on 1 minute. Let me stop sharing the screen.
And so let me say this about everything that we're talking about: words, titles, names. I remember when I was a child, there was conversation where people would say things like, "A name is just a name; it doesn't really mean anything in your name or anything." And now, after hearing that the L's in Bay's name mean governor and a developer, creator, and all of this other stuff. No, wait. What's in a name? What's in your name? Because in our names were the titles to the land of everywhere that we were. And through these words and the new casting of spells, our names were lowered. And then when we talk about a spiritual war, these words are part of that spiritual war that we're fighting for. But our names, if you're a Bay, you signed on to be a governor of our nation. If you took on Bay, because that's what it stands for. That's what it means. And looking up all these other definitions and meanings, we shouldn't even be using these words for each other. So if you took on the name Bay, you're a governor. And I'm going to start expecting y'all to act like it.
Right. No, for real. Because who's going to hold them accountable if we don't hold them accountable?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
the people. Why are we not holding people accountable? I want to be held accountable because it only motivates me. That just says that I'm not the only one living righteously, and I don't have to worry about you judging me for wanting to live a righteous life.
Amen, Side Star. Preach.
So now we all can live righteously and hold one another accountable to our actions and behaviors.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do I do think it's important to speak to depression, because depression is a liar. Um, it is a mode that can be you can sink into, and if you don't know how to navigate your way through your emotions, you can get stuck there. And I was stuck there at one time until I began to speak against it, and so it still creeps up on me from time to time. And I have to check my thinking, and I have to check my acts. I have to check what I'm eating. You know what I'm saying? My what I'm doing, my patterns and behaviors. If I'm laying in the bed all day, then that's just a recipe for depression to jump in on me and to hold me there. But if I get myself up, moving around and doing something positive, like cleaning up, straightening up, washing clothes, doing something around the house, go out and work for a little bit, cook breakfast or lunch or something, you know what I'm saying? I have to stay busy, because if I don't, then things go crazy. But I was going through a bit of depression here not too long ago, because I was hearing too many no's. I was looking for some yeses and I kept hearing no's. And so I was like, is it just never gonna just change for me? You know what I'm saying? This is it. And so I got it, and I had to bring myself out of it. And this song came out of that process. So I'm sharing with you right now, overcoming depression.
Overcoming depression can be the biggest battle in your life. I'm overcoming depression.
We got the sauce.
I'm here to win. Overcoming depression.
That's birds, Kobe.
So fire. Depression is a liar. You gotta live your life fire. This is war. You can't have my joy. Coming out of the darkness, living in the light. It's a battle in the mind, fighting depression. This is war in this world of chaos. Love is our only saving grace. No longer will I allow this depression to suffocate me. I gotta breathe in, breathe out. I'm overcoming depression, finding the strength to get out, and the strength to stand as I rise above the shadows of doubt.
We got the sauce.
Soul fire! Soul fire! Depression is a liar. You gotta live your life flyer. This is war. You can't have my joy. In the darkest hours, through the scars and the pain, I must remain sane in my right mind game. I am the winner who came to shine my light. It is time to heal. Only real love reveal the battle scars of overcoming the storm. I will not vibrate low. I'm raising my vibrations higher. I'm overcoming depression. I win.
We got the sauce.
I am the winner. Depression is a liar.
That's birds, Kobe.
Soul fire. Overcoming depression can be.
It's Islamism. See that? I'm
Islamism.
just saying, for the things I heard, that be like some people's theme song. Just
Yeah.
on a daily.
Yep.
See, I don't know. I don't know how to explain how I grew up and why I guess things that should depress me, I could just let it roll off my back. And I don't deal with anything. I don't, it's like I draw a line and I don't look back. I don't have no problem burning down a bridge. I will burn the bridge quicker than hey. You never burn the bridge. You never know who hit you. I will burn that bridge so quick it doesn't make a difference to me. And I'm just saying, I
Well,
never going through a hard time. I understand. I don't understand depression.
okay,
For my
so
understanding of it,
I'm listening.
no, because it could just be my understanding of depression is warped. Because it's you
It
tell
is
me like
war.
no warped. Like
Oh,
my understanding of depression is
yeah.
twisted. It's not what depression is.
Okay,
I
so
have
can I
another idea.
explain to you what it was for me or what it is for me and what it may be for some other people out there? I lived a life where I was always looking for love and acceptance. Um, Rather, I always felt rejected and that sense of abandonment. And so I became a codependent person, a codependent being, people pleaser. And it had gotten to the point to where it was easy to get in my head with emotional things which caused me anxiety. Once the anxiety bears down, after you done been so high in thought and none of the thoughts are positive thoughts, it's like chaos in your mind and in your heart and throughout your entire body. It's chaos. By the time you get burnt out, you in the bed and depression, and you done told yourself all these negative things because there's no one reinforcing positivity with positive touch, nurturing, and different things that make a person feel safe. And so I was lacking the sense of safety in my life growing up. I had been in situations being kicked out of the house. I was sleeping outside at the beach and all kind of different things, finding friends' homes to stay in until it came down to I was in a foster home. So I had no sense of feeling safe or protected. So it's easy to fall when you're naive to to kindness or attention. You become gullible and uh, vulnerable to misuse and abuse. And one of those things that is uh, mentally self harming is people pleasing. Go along with the get along game. I still had enough sense to follow my own mind. I was just really rebellious. But at the same time, I was putting myself, or I was put in situations because what I was, I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into it. The whole point of the matter is people can only do as good as they know how to do. And if it wasn't for me to experience, I would not have experienced it. So I like to say I'm built for tough, for real. I was built for this life because how can I be who I am or put myself in a position to as a life coach if I don't know how to navigate through emotions and things that could possibly be. So sometimes I believe that I had to go through things so I can know things and then find my way through it so I can help lead the way as a light through that dark tunnel. So depression is a dark state of mind. And until you learn how to reverse negative thought processing to positive thought processing and then actually get up and put action to those thoughts, depression will keep you down. You have to fight depression with intelligence. And if you were already intelligent, even as a child, because you were nurtured to be that way,
So
there
you,
was no time for those types of negative thoughts and feelings about yourself,
so
to yourself.
when you're depressed, do you feel sad all the time?
Um, I don't know if it's
Most
a
of the
feeling
time.
of sadness. Yeah, it's not really sadness. I get when I get too sad about something. Um, but I don't even know how to, cause I don't even be there no more. I don't be there.
No, no, not now. But I'm saying during that time, was it mostly sadness? Was you
It was a
sad?
longing for something that I didn't have. That was I was put like say for instance, you're in a situation, you know you could do better, but there's so many forces coming against you. It's a spiritual attack.
Okay, and so and that's where why you always fighting? Because I don't want to be depressed later on. So
No, for
and
real.
this is for people to take things differently. Where so you took more crap than from people because
Yes.
I refuse to go home and just be like, oh well, that's what it is. And so I'm hearing you, and I'm seeing me, and a whole bunch of that, and pleasing to please other people.
Mhm.
That one right there had me in like 20 fights as a kid. I'm gonna do something to make you happy. Yeah, that ain't happening.
It was
Not
like
today, not ever.
it was like that's how I was trained as a child to serve and to you know what I mean? I cleaned all I did. I cleaned, I cooked, I did everything. I washed clothes. You know what I'm saying? I took care of my siblings. I did all these things. I was responsible for everything, it seemed like, as a child. So I missed out on a childhood of fun. You know what I'm saying? Where I was able to be free and, you know what I'm saying, have self expression. Everything had to be pleasing to someone else. It was never supposed to be pleasing to me. So I didn't live that type of life where things were pleasing to me. I was always having to please someone else's or satisfy someone else's responsibilities, which was pleasing to them because they didn't have to do. So I was groomed and taught that way. So I had to relearn myself through positive reinforcement, which I was supposed to have been groomed into, but I wasn't. I had to then come into self grooming now that I am of maturity and I have wisdom to, based on what I know now through my experience.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So depression is real and it is a liar. And thankfully you never had to deal with anything like that because um, that's what I'm working with my children on now is positive reinforcement and also the ability to express oneself. So we don't have to sit up in depression and wait till we 30 years old to learn how to undo the hurt and pain from childhood, stuff that we never talked about. No, we're going to talk about it and we're going to deal with it head on right now because this is where you're feeling it at. So identify with that feeling. After you identify with it, what is your solution to the problem? Because if you don't have a solution, then you need to go to the drawing board and figure out why you feel what you feel. And if you can identify with that, then you should know how to get out of those feelings because it started somewhere. So we get to
Yes,
the root
ma'am.
of the issue right there on the spot. And you
Yes,
may be in
ma'am.
your feelings a little bit because feelings are fickle. They may stick around for a little while. But once they ease up and you realize what you learned was far more valuable than what you was feeling, you can overcome it easy.
Yes, ma'am. I realized when I was like 13 years old, one of my cousins, my problem was I didn't speak my mind from the beginning because he was older than me. So the next time he came over, he beat me up because I spoke my mind. But every time after that, we had peace in the house because you already seen I wasn't gonna take the way he wanted to play and the stuff he wanted to do. All of that ain't going on in my room, so I don't do that kind of stuff. so,
That
so
is
after that,
funny.
it became peace because he seen I was gonna stand there and fight him anyway. Even they was gonna beat me up. I'm like, yo, that ain't happening. No, but that and what a relief speaking my mind was. And once I learned that with him, it was over. And nobody else, everybody else, as soon as the problem, it looked like it was a problem, I'd be the loudest one, the biggest one on it. No, it ain't happening if it's a problem. No, I don't like that. Don't call me this. Don't do that. Don't do it. Oh, you talk too much. Whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I can't say I don't like to be uncomfortable. I like
Right.
parties, but I don't like large, uncontrollable crowds where everybody's wild and then you throw liquor on top of that. I don't like stuff like that. That right there, I'm not gonna say depressed, but that right there make me feel like, whoa, hold up, something wrong. And I don't trust anybody in the crowd. Once the crowd, just don't bring me in a crowd of 30,000 people. Somebody gonna yell fire. And all
Okay.
these people gonna start stomping on people and running on people. I don't need to be around nothing like that.
Look here. If I am in a situation like that, I'm immediately looking for the exit routes, and I am not going into the front or the center of it all. I want to be on the outskirts.
Do you know which direction scared people run in?
Well,
Every direction.
yeah,
They'll just keep
every
crossing each
direction,
other.
right?
They'll just keep crossing each other. The safest thing, in a
Safest thing to
situation
do
like
is
that,
to
is
be still.
and get up against a wall and get up against a wall, the closest wall that you can, because they're gonna trample each other.
You
They're gonna be
right.
running on babies, and they just lose their mind, man. It's just like, yo, come on now.
You are so right. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Yeah,
God, man.
a stampede with no direction. That's a dangerous situation to be in. But okay, so tonight is pretty light. You know what I'm saying? We're
Yes,
not
ma'am.
really heavy on the topic, but yeah, I think we've made a lot of a good way into the introduction. This is just an introduction, just to tell you about it, and this conversation has, in so many different ways, led into the deeper meaning and pulled out those important details to know and understand about the Indigo Task Force. And so, yeah, I'm glad that it's agreeable. Uh, you like the logo, and we can continue to work on the what's,
The
the
structure.
who's, and the structure. Yes, thank you.
You
Yeah,
need to design the structure and then have it
design the structure.
facilitated.
Yes, that that part right there.
Facilitated. That's the
So
part we're trying to. I'm not gonna. I'm try. We're not trying anything. That's the part we are building now. Is the structure of our future. And
right,
I agree with what you say. You are saying their work should be compensated with currency. When Sister Cena wrote that, I don't know if she looked at the PDF inside of the group,
oh no, I think
and
she was referring to this comment, was referring to basically a handyman
oh, okay, all
when
right,
we was
yes,
having
okay,
that when we was at that part of the conversation.
okay, and that's when she put that on there. All
Yeah,
right. Well, listen, you're not gonna get a handyman for free at all. Well, see, and then I gotta mind my business on that one. But you're not gonna get a free
right.
handyman at all. Forget about it. You're not gonna get a free handyman, and so automatically, you know what the situation is, and that's for almost every situation, especially at our ages. We know what the situation is, so we really can't have a funky situation or anything come up that's out of the way or not understandable in one paragraph, which is three sentences, and that's where my brain's at with everything, because we're moving forward. We don't want to be embarrassed in the news. Did you watch any of Trump and Biden tonight?
No, I didn't even know they were on. I'm so far detached.
Biden said The only one with a felony record is the person I'm looking at.
Mr. Goodwin.
Ooh, stop.
I don't usually have TVs on like that. We be like doing streaming, so I be
I
missing
watch
the
it on the
news
internet.
and stuff.
I watch it on the internet, and you know, whatever the news channel puts out the news at that time, I watch it over there,
Right? Yeah, I
and I
have
watch
the same
Bloomberg.
thing.
But the things that they were talking about, like Russia, Putin, Biden don't like Putin. Biden truly don't like Putin. So I think Biden and Putin should have a boxing match. And they should allow us to bet on that boxing match and who the winner gonna be. And then we can get it on with the rest of these crazy leaders.
Well, I don't think Biden
Biden,
got a chance with anybody.
stop stuttering and talking crap about other people and places and
You
things,
you sure right about that.
and then want to
You want to
draft
get
a
punched
million
in
of
the
these
lip.
children. Huh?
I said if you don't want to get punched in the lip, don't talk no smack.
Leave it alone, brother. Leave it alone. But the way he was talking tonight, like, I mean, really, if he knew he had to go fight, would he say the words he was saying tonight? If he,
He would say nothing. If he had to go and fight, he wouldn't be saying anything. He'd be saying nice stuff. He'd be
so
complimenting his jacket and the uniform of the army and stuff. Russia has a
so
nice uniform for their army.
Trump told him if I was in office, there wouldn't even be a war. Because I just tell this one, and that one, and you know, because of his past, why wouldn't they listen to Trump? They listened before.
Right.
Trump said there wouldn't even be a war. But Biden was like, you know, Putin's no good. You know, he just wants to take over the Ukraine. Like, oh, you going to talk junk about the man? Man, yo, come on, man. Let's get a boxing match out of this. Let's see y'all go at it. But the
That
reason,
would be funny.
the reason for watching is because when we talk about us as a nation and then foreign nations and relationships, we have a nation with we have a relationship with the United States that would be better served with Trump than Biden. So that's one reason. And all levels of their government, like the Supreme Justice of my aunt, should watch YouTube Supreme Court and have discussions about even what they hear coming out of their courts. Because within it is a strategy plan for us, in which one I'll talk about. The whole thing about abortion. Well, we're a theocratic government. How do we feel about abortion? Oh, that's right. It's not a discussion with us, right? That's not even on the table, right? We don't. I mean, there might be certain instances, and then the women will handle and make sure everybody right. But other than that, abortion is not a conversation amongst us. So,
Right.
what the Supreme Court is talking about goes along with the marriage laws and the conception of the marriage laws. It's all fake because you're accountable for you. So we don't have to go by certain things and live by certain things that are judged by them and stuff like that. But this is the language that our people know and understand. And we must keep it. And that's why, even as far as if I was a black person today, a theocratic political party, because we keep saying we're black, we keep showing a difference from everything and everybody else, but through your politics, all you want to do is beg. All you want to do is keep asking for something. You want to keep waiting for something to happen before you actually do something. If you really want to do something, get in contact with the United States Census Office and find out why their definition is defined the way it is, and then start your own political party based on you and what you're saying. And then if people want to see the stuff hit the fan, it quickly will. All they have to do is that. But show me. Show me.
Okay. So, who you referring to? Like, what exactly? Like, show
When
you
I met,
effort? Like,
show me that you're gonna get your rights. Show me that they're gonna allow you to have your own political party out here. You're calling yourselves black people.
oh, okay, right.
Show me, and to the
Yeah.
best, like as an advisor to the rights of divine beings, because you are divine beings. You're just using the wrong term. So, as an advisor to divine beings, a consultant to the divine beings, of which they do not know that they are, because of my doctorate from being a Moor, I am now trying to help them, give them more medication. And so the medication to your problems are you don't have any political power. If you start your own political group, a theocratic group based on God, which Christian, Muslim, Israelite, everybody agrees with. There's a God, and that's what y'all know, Abrahamic faith. Get down. It's a theocratic political party. But now you have to make the United States Census answer. How come blacks and African Americans were not defined with parts of original people? Y'all have
Because
to
you're not
explain that.
original people.
Well, I get that, but I need that to come out of their office. I need them to stand on the steps. Because see, remember now, I keep saying I'm black. I keep saying I'm African American. I read this definition and everybody else original people but me. Somebody got to answer me. I see. I don't think people understand. If I thought I was black, I would go to the United States Census Office in Washington D.C. and we'd be having a rally there. I have the NAA, and if the NAACP didn't come, I would treat them just how I start calling them coons, sellouts, and everything else. I'd hype this thing up, probably get beat up and make $1 million because I'm gonna sue everybody involved. See, you laughing at me, sister, but if I
No,
thought
because
I was
I
a black
mean,
person, I would have to have these things answered for myself. And a theocratic party, I think is doable within the community. Everybody understands it's about God, so interfaith party. You're not gonna argue and fight about your religion.
Right.
And then make the United States Census make them answer that one question right there. That's all the lawful. Every conversation we're having is over. We don't have to have it anymore. All we have to do is get the United States Census. No, we just want to ask you a question. No, we just want to ask you a question. Hey, you think somebody wants to see a Facebook camera pointing at them at the United States Census office?
No. Oh man, that's crazy.
Do you think Umar Jackson want to answer that question?
I don't know what type of questions he want to answer.
Would he want to answer that one in particular?
Oh,
He's, does he's
probably not because doesn't he call himself black?
and okay, so throughout a couple of shows, and I was on another show, and I did state anybody, any of the leaders who call themselves black and African Americans, I'm not gonna just say they sellouts, just like he's a sellout. I'm not gonna say it like that, but I am gonna say they are misleading you either on purpose or by a mistake. I'll put it that way. So if they're calling you black and African American, your leaders are misleading you on purpose or by a mistake.
Now,
And
what's
any
the
one of
difference
them,
between being on purpose and by mistake? Because how you by mistake?
because you ain't listening, because you really don't know. You don't know anything about anything. You just know you've been going along and you've been getting along and you've been paying your bills. And so that's all you know what I'm saying? You don't want to jeopardize that. But then there are those who know, who have the ability to hear the words and know tomorrow in 24 hours. Oh, yup, everything y'all said was right. Yup, okay, so then yeah, that's done. And now that is Jackson, Umar, right? He has the ability to know tomorrow. So when it comes to him, he's close to being called a sellout. Very close. And it's because of the way he talks and he reacts, how he deals. He's very close to being called a sellout. I just won't call him a sellout because I don't know if he's looked at things and read the information that saying need to be read. And if he's such an educated person, then being suggested that he read these things should automatically have him involved in reading it. And he should be one of the first ones to stop using the term and turn around and start using the proper terms for us. Nobody else is, we're not supposed to bring confusion. I can't bring confusion based on the things that are said and done. I can't be the confusion. I'm stating factually what it is, what the problem is. I'm not really talking about anybody. But if I bring up a person's name, I bring it up because it's factual. And then like the qualifier, what that person is. Umar Johnson, not Jackson. I apologize. Umar Johnson.
All good. That was
You knew
funny
who I
to
was
me.
talking about?
Yeah, I thought you said Umar. You did say Jackson. But yes, I do.
Dr.
But I
Umar
knew you were
Johnson.
talking about Umar Johnson.
And those of his stature who use the term black and African American, they know better. I think they know better, but I can't really say they know better and be 100. And I want people to realize this too. A lot of times when we watch these sites, the first things you hear people saying is, for educational purposes, right?
Yeah.
I've never said it. I've never said it, and I never will. I will never tell you that what I'm talking about is for educational purposes only. It is for educational and building purposes only. And that's what it's for. That's what my talking is about, and that's what it's for. And
So wouldn't
I'm
that
not gonna
just be
just say
simplified as edification?
yeah, edification and building. Edification and building. Yes, ma'am. Edification instead of education.
Right. So what does edification mean? I'm finna look it
Oh,
up. I know what it means, but
well, I couldn't explain the definition that's in the book either.
exactly. So that's how where I'm at with it. I look up the same stuff over and over and over again, and I like to know it several times
Yes,
in
ma'am, Miss
several
Cena.
different ways.
White is a status too. So is Asian. So is Pacific Islander. So is Hawaiian. They're all statuses. I can't even read what that says. That's too
Okay,
small.
no, I can read it. It says the instruction or improvement of a person morally or intellectually. Edification
Okay, and so we strive to do that every day.
every day. Improvement,
So
moral,
can we look up
moral,
another word?
intellectual. Sure.
Civil. CIVIL.
Civil,
Oh, that came up quick.
relating to ordinary citizens and their concerns as distinct from military or ecclesiastical matters. It's an adjective um, of disorder or conflict occurring between citizens of the same country, civil strife. In law, what is it saying here? Relating to private relations between members of a community, non criminal, or
Okay, let's
relating
look
to
up the
civil
word
law. Mhm.
discipline.
Discipline,
Yeah.
the practice of training people. Discipline is the practice of training people to obey rules or a code of behavior using punishment to correct disobedience. Now, I don't like their definition. I never agreed with this
Go down to the
definition
next one.
for
Go down to
discipline.
the next one. Go to the next one.
Okay. Oh, there
No,
we
go to
go.
the number two. Yeah.
Yeah, a branch of knowledge, typically one studied in higher education. So, whatever field or major you're in is a discipline. That means
Right.
you're focused on a specific area within a certain field. That's a discipline. So basically, discipline means to be focused on something that is going to move you forward. But instead of using that as the first definition, they want to put it in the context of disobedience and punishment.
So
And I
that you
don't like
don't
that.
focus on discipline. So that the
What
individual
what true
doesn't focus
discipline
on
is.
discipline. Himself.
Yes.
So I use those two words together because in us using words, the introduction is that we don't civilize people. We discipline instead of civilize. And so that's why the comparison of those two words
Okay, because
and the
what is a
definitions of
civilized person, though?
somebody who's been turned into a citizen and taxed.
Okay, look at here what they said a civilized person is. Is someone who is polite and behaves in a calm and reasonable way. The term civilized can also refer to a society or culture that is advanced or humane. A civilized person is also well bred and refined. The term can also be used to describe something that is easy to manage or control or well organized or ordered.
Okay, so when there was another, but the word civil, which is the root of the civilized.
What in the world? Go back.
Now this is all right. So let's point out something here. The
Yeah.
word discipline in a civilized person. A disciplined person is polite and behaves in a calm and reasonable way. A disciplined person, a discipline can refer to a society or a culture that is advanced. When we use number two, but the word civil, just civil itself, without the eyes on it, because it gives it a different meaning. Relating to ordinary citizens, a discipline doesn't make you a citizen, and it has nothing to do. You need discipline in the military, so separating discipline from military is separating discipline from civil. So our society is a disciplined society, not a not we wouldn't use the term civil. We wouldn't civilize anything.
Well, I see discipline like a disciple. It is I see discipline as being focused on something in particular,
In this
being
case,
guided in such a direction.
we are focused on a better self. That's our focus on I'm improving myself as I'm improving the world around me. That's our
Right.
focus. And we are disciplined with that. We're learning and studies in order to do that. And then in the work, conscious of the work that it takes to get that done. So we are disciplined. What we are not in that we have no real military concerns for what they call, because self-defense is not military, and to be ready to provide self-defense is not military. So military is the providing of arms and manufacturing of arms for war. We are not a military in such a manner, and under civil you get to use that type of definition.
Okay. So military is only saying it's related to the characteristics of a soldier. It didn't say the military is a soldier, but it's relating to or characteristics of soldiers. military force. Now, you see how that's already worded differently? A
Yes,
military
ma'am.
force that is raised from the civil population. See, this is what we're talking about here. A military force that is raised from the civil population to supplement a regular army in an emergency. Now, what's a regular army?
I love words.
I know, right? Okay, not the regular army of the United States, not that. Professional land based military force. A professional land based military force is a regular army. I was in the regular army.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
that came from, hold on, let's go back to where we was. So a professional land based military, and then the militia is a civil population. So what you're referring to is a militia, because that ties in the military and civil, even within its own definition.
What I'm referring to is a militia.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
As
A
far as
civil.
us,
What
as
is
far
civil?
as as far as the two terms,
Yeah.
see, we wouldn't use the term civil when we speak of ourselves.
Right.
We use the term discipline in its place. We wouldn't go in and civilize anyone. We would discipline them. We would give them
Okay.
discipline. The number two version of discipline of self, as opposed to civilizing them and then
Right.
making a militia of them and then having to tax them. Because that's
Okay.
all I ever seen civilizations do is make armies and tax the people from the. I ain't seen a civilization do nothing else. So, have you ever heard of Narmer?
No. How you
Narmer
spell
might be
that?
the wrong. Narmer.
Okay.
And the guy that I'm thinking of, Narmer goes back to these days, but his name is Sargon, and they have a story about Sargon conquering Lower Egypt, and one of the definitions, there goes Narmer.
I've seen that, but I never studied it.
When you start studying these guys, it's going to make the whole world seem like somebody added 10,000 years of history somewhere and told us some stuff and put stuff in place that really wasn't there as compared from there to here. Somebody stretched the years out and made some stuff up in order to tell the story, because there's too many things related from then to now.
Exactly. You said Saigon?
Sargon, Sargon, and he conquered Lower Egypt from Upper Egypt, but Upper Egypt looks like it would be in the south, and Lower Egypt is in the north. They tell this story as a story of war, of soldiers, military, and things of that nature. I say that story is what our ancestors said the story was. The higher self must conquer the lower self. And so Sargon disciplined himself. He did not go civilize a whole bunch of people. In disciplining himself, he was able to discipline the other people. That's what the story of Sargon is. Not the war story you want us to believe. Oh, he had 150,000 horses and 20,000 foot soldiers, and we think he had women and a cook along. Because that's how.
Know something? This is how I operate inside my home, because I realize that if I am showing no discipline, then what am I showing my daughters? A lifestyle with no discipline. And so I know that in order, instead of like fussing at them and telling them to do this and do that, I have to show them I'm making my bed every day. I have to go in front of them and show them I'm brushing my teeth. Everything that I tell you to do, I'm telling you to do because I do it. Cleaning up behind myself. You know, I might leave a little mess, but you know, after the 10 things I just did, we shouldn't be worried about my one little cup, and you got 5 of them over there.
That's my grandson.
My one little cup was not the gateway to a sink full of dishes. So, you know, just doing things and being repetitive, you know, it seems like, you know, it's never ending. Like I have to keep on, like I'm in Groundhog Day, doing the same thing over and over and over again. But I realize after so much of dedication towards things, I can begin to slack off a bit because they're catching on. And not just because they think it's a good idea to help. No, I have to make a suggestion. I have to give an invitation. And the invitation always comes with, some resistance. But with more time spent, and they get tired of the resistance, and then it becomes second nature. It was uncomfortable, so it's just a matter of being repetitive. And I try to do that, you know. And I done got around having a perfectly staged, presentable home. You know, that goes out the window when you have children. So I've learned to let that go and just maintain and manage. You know, and showing behaviors of maintenance and management of a household.
Yes, ma'am. That could be some of the worst part, trying to keep up with the children.
What's that?
That could be some of the worst part, trying to keep up with them, because one minute the rug was clean, now there's a jelly mess. But how did I get a jelly mess on the rug when I told you to sit at the table? But you trying to see the TV too, And we done told you to sit down like 15 times, and now there's peanut butter underneath the tabletop. The chair got a swipe of peanut butter and jelly on it. Little pieces of bread done got caught up on it. Yeah, kids. I love them. I love, they're the greatest thing on earth.
Yeah, for real. They keep you young and vibrant on your feet. They always brewing something new. And that doesn't have to be anything bad. It's just that they're learning. They're in a experience of. I be looking at my daughters and I'm like, I can't believe that at one time you didn't know anything, and now when I sit and watch you and listen to you speak, I can see that all that repetition was not in vain. Because those things I don't have to say anymore. I just have one say one thing or give a inclination or a facial expression, and you already know what it is because we done already been through that several thousand times in the past. How many years now? I done repeated myself. You already you know what I'm gonna say before I say it. So why do we even have to go there if you already knew what I was gonna say? You understand what I'm saying? So now we getting around to action. It's time for some action. I wanna see you execute the plan.
How old are your daughters?
15 and 11.
See, I remember that age, those ages for my daughters, and
Yep.
those were some of the grandest times that we had because they were growing up. And so laughter, we laughed like nothing else. Everything was funny to us. We sit around the house all day telling jokes to each other and just having a ball, just a ball. So one day it was around Christmas time, and my ex-wife was big on Christmas, and my ex-wife and my daughter were sitting at the table, and daughter was playing with an easy bake oven, making cakes and cookies at the table. So me and my sons, we went in there and we sat at the table, and everybody's talking. As we're talking, I grab one of the pans and everybody's having a conversation. Me and the boys started passing around the pan of the cookies and eating them. We kept, we kept giving her the pan, and she kept filling it up and more. So now she was running out of the bacon stuff. And she's like, well, where are the cookies at? We sitting there with a mouthful of them all, we don't know. She started crying. She started crying. She was mad.
Now, who you say this was?
My youngest daughter, my wife's daughter from her first marriage.
Okay.
But my youngest daughter. And we ate up all her easy bake oven cakes sitting right there in front of, and she was in the same conversation. We just sat there, and she didn't even recognize it until the batter was gone. That was some good little cookies and cakes.
Right. Look at that was the original version of the air fryer.
Are you serious?
Look at it. Would it do the same thing?
I didn't recognize. I have to check. I have to find some way check that out. I didn't recognize.
No, but I mean, how does it? How does the easy bake oven cook?
I don't know. I thought it had put batteries in it. It had lights on it.
I think you put that plugged into the wall, and it had the little the heating lights, and it passes through and goes on and stays, and then it come on out. By the time it come out, it been uncooked from the heating lights, and that's the same thing as an air fryer.
All right, now I've never used the air fryer at all.
I have one, and it is easy. It's better than a microwave, and it's faster than an oven, and it's not as hot as a toaster oven, but it does the same thing.
It could cook a beef patty.
Yeah, I'm sure it can. I ain't never did that in it, but I'm sure it can.
Crispy. I don't like soft chewy dough.
Mm, You said a beef patty.
I like it crispy. I put mine in the oven until it toasts.
You talking about a hamburger?
Yeah, I'm talking about a beef patty. I put mine in the oven until that crust. I don't like chewy crust like that.
Like a Jamaican beef patty?
I put them in the oven.
Okay then. Yeah, for sure. Now, yes, you could put that in the air fryer, and the outside would be crispy.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Crispy
It
outside.
works.
Yes, ma'am.
It works like a oven, only it's faster, but it's
Okay.
the
I
same
just
thing. It's probably a healthier option to cooking things now, because you can fry things without grease. I ain't
I
went
just
that
never
far
tried
with it
it.
yet.
My grandson uses it. And I guess because he uses it, to me it's cheating. It's like if he can use it, why would I even think about using it? Because I don't like the microwave except to
Me
warm up
either.
food.
Right. And it's best to warm things up in the air fryer. It tastes better. It tastes like it's freshly made.
Okay. I have to read the directions for it and see how it works.
Read the directions. Oh, just put it in there.
I press the button and you see all these 100 numbers coming up.
Okay, yeah.
That's how
Look,
I learned how to cook. My mother taught me to cook rice with measurements, and it was two to
yes.
one in 20 minutes. And once she told me the 2 to 1 in 20 minutes, I never forgot how to cook rice.
I've been struggling with rice for a very long time. No one ever taught me the concept of cooking rice. Is
Two
this
cups of
rice?
water,
Yeah,
two
I
cups
know.
of water.
hmm
Oh, you know now?
I know now. But the
Okay.
best rice that I have cooked, and that has been so easy for me, I learned this by accident, is basmati rice.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like that?
Mm-hmm. I love basmati rice.
That's the best rice to me. Now look at here. You can boil that rice and turn it off, and it's gonna cook itself. Get it to a boil, turn it off, and then just let it cook itself. Put the top on it. You ain't even got. I come back one day. I thought I was doing something. I started my rice. I had to go pick up the girl from school. You was in Donaldson. And so when I got back home, the rice, I was like, let me turn this rice back on because I'm thinking it's just going to sit there. because I had just turned it on and just applied heat to it. When I got home, that rice was done and it was good and fluffy. I was like, oh. So now guess what? That's my rice of choice. I eat jasmine rice and basmati rice. I love those rice. Those
Love it.
types of
Yes,
rice.
ma'am. But so
Yeah.
would any rice just suck up the water like that?
It just look. You I can't you got to do it to I can't even make you believe what I'm talking about here. I turned it
No,
on.
I believe it.
It
Understand what
the
I'm
heat
asking you now?
yeah, the rice absorbs the water and it just makes it the more water it absorbs, the better it tastes.
The more water it absorbs.
Well, I mean, of course within reason.
Okay, so now I'm asking a question. So
Yeah.
if you left Uncle Ben sitting in a pot of water, it wouldn't suck up the water like that?
If you left what?
Uncle Ben's right.
I don't know about Uncle Ben's because you could cook Uncle Ben's for an hour and it'll still be crunchy in the middle. I don't like it.
You know, the the way to cook Uncle Ben's rice, all rice for me. 2 cups of water, 1 cup of rice, and 20 minutes with it covered. All rice cooks under that system right there. My mother taught me that when I was like 11 or 12. 2 cups of water, 1 cup of rice, and 20 minutes later, you got something good to eat sitting right there in front of you.
Well, I'm gonna have
Every
to try
time.
that. 2 cups of water, 1 cup of rice, 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna try that
Wiggle
with
it
some
on.
of this hard rice. See, I started out cooking when I figured out how to cook rice. It was with parboiled rice. That's the rice that's easy to cook. That rice that be in them meals is parboiled. Like it's partially boiled, and then so it's basically half cooked by the time you get it in the packaging.
Oh, in the plastic bag. The rice in the
Yeah,
plastic bag. Minute rice or something like that. Yeah,
right. But
okay. All right.
it yeah, but it's not the minute rice, but that's what is used in the minute rice is parboiled rice. Yeah, the easy to cook rice. You ain't got to think about it. Just put it in some water.
Yeah, see, I'm not really a fan of that. I'll eat it. It's good. But let's start with some real rice. I'll cook it if necessary. I'll even brown it and then cook it. And my
Look,
dad
I
taught me how to
learned
do that when I was 13.
my dad's wife, she's Brazilian. She said that's how they cook rice, and her rice was always so good. I'm like, what do you do to this rice that make it taste like this? And she would fry her rice before she boiled it. I was like, their rice be good. Hey Chris, don't Priscilla rice be good? Yeah, she can cook.
Some brown rice and fried chicken.
Yeah.
I hope we don't be making people hungry up here when we talk about food like that.
Yeah, look, I'm getting hungry. I just said today. Look, I'm trying to do more smoothies and more salads and stuff like that.
So
I got to get back to making my falafels and all my healthy food. You know what I'm saying? No meat, just smoothies and salads and alternatives like garbanzo beans and you know what I'm saying? I know how to cook like that. It's just it's a lot of preparation. And with everything that's been going on, I haven't had time. Now I can't blame I got space now.
Falafel.
Mm,
Falafel is a favorite. Falafel is a favorite.
oh, you like falafels?
I love falafel. And then
Oh
that
my
that
goodness!
cucumber sauce that comes with it. Yes, I
Look,
love
I haven't
falafels.
I haven't made any cucumber sauce, but you know all it is like Greek yogurt and cucumbers. And then you can add your own seasoning to it if you make it at home and do it yourself. Falafels on that cucumber sauce, I might make that. It's this restaurant that's all way across the other side of town that got that lettuce. I mean that for they don't think they had falafel, but they definitely had the cucumber sauce and lamb.
Yep. Oh, good God. Don't get me started.
I love lamb meat.
Yes, ma'am. Don't get me started. And see, that's what I could cook. I can cook almost anything. I choose not to cook pork. I don't do that. I
Yeah, I don't
cook
I don't do pork.
anything. Oh my God, boy. You give me a rack of lamb to cook, you'll be happy. You'll be happy.
I made this lamb so good one time. I should have wrote the recipe down. It was something I made up. I don't even know what I did. I glazed it with something. Oh my God, that was a long time ago. But oh man, I like to cook like that. And but these folks around here, my brother here now, so he'll eat. But them two girls I got up in here, they don't eat like that. So I don't cook like that unless I'm having on them moments. I'm like, I don't really care what you want to eat right now. I'm gonna cook what I want to eat. So yeah, I have those moments. They still eat. I just ain't finna put that much time into trying to figure out what it is. We gonna go real simple. Which you want some soup and grilled cheese?
Is it the cup of soup?
It be that you know what soup I like to get? I like to get that Lipton soup that come in the box, and you just put water
Oh
and
yeah. Okay, yeah.
it's just basically bouillon seasoning with with some noodles in it.
Noodles in it. Yeah, but that's a good
I like that
bouillon, boy.
soup.
That's the best soup out there when it comes to chicken noodle soup. That's but I
I like
like
to make my own.
chicken noodle. Yeah. Okay, I get down like that too. What about clam chowder?
Um, I can eat it, but I don't. I can only eat it if it's authentic. I don't like that canned stuff because I done had it fresh before. So you can't go from fresh to stuff that ain't real. You taste the
I can't
difference.
I can't think of the name, but there is one brand out there that has a good soup, a good clam chowder.
Clam
I think
chowder.
so. Yep.
Well, what is it?
I, I can't think of the name. There's too many. There's too many. I know the can when
Right.
I never even thought of the name before. What brand it was. I just know the can when I see it.
Cause I've tried
Well,
some
I like.
clam chowder. I didn't like it in a can.
Did you have to add milk or water to it?
I usually do to thin it out a little bit because it be too thick.
Yeah. See, no, that's the original. That thickness is the original clam chowder. If you gotta add milk or water, it's the There's one soup you could buy you don't have to add water to,
What's
and
that?
that's the one. Whatever
That's the
company
one you
does
talking
the
about? Oh,
yes, man. Whichever one you don't add water to, that's the one that I'm thinking. Just pop that can just like that, dump it in there, add a few seasonings, and your face will be happy with clam chowder soup. I,
okay then. I
because I
tried
don't
one
like
time
Manhattan.
some lobster bisque. I couldn't eat it. Like it had a good taste to it, but I'm thinking that I don't like that thick. It be too. I don't like the texture. I'm a texture person, and I can't
You don't like
do
lobster.
that.
You don't like the thickness of the soup, or you don't like lobster at all.
No, I love lobster. I don't like the thickness of the soup.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
You up there with it too?
I mean, that's my favorite stuff in the world. Those type of
Hmm.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm not a milk
Salad.
person, and you got to.
Yeah,
It all got. It's milk.
ice cream. Do they even make ice cream anymore?
Listen here, we make ice cream. We make homemade ice cream. Uh, I made this banana pudding ice cream. We don't use like granulated sugar. We use honey and agave nectar in it. Uh, and tonight my daughter she made watermelon sorbet. Now she juiced the watermelon and she used the pulp from the watermelon to make a watermelon ice cream because we had did that the last time and everybody ate it up because it was so good. It was like unreal. Like, and then we made some out of the rest of the pulp. We made some popsicles. I have this little popsicle maker, and we put the rest of it and made popsicles out of it. So I'm trying to learn how to use all of the resources that come from you know uh better decision or better choices like juicing the watermelon and then using the pulp for something that's also going to be refreshing and good and tasteful without being too sweet or you know what I'm saying
Have a nice
huh
have a nice snack. It's healthy.
healthy, yes. You got you a bowl right now. Well, save me some. I want some. So
What
yeah,
they cooking up in there?
the watermelon ice cream or sorbet,
Oh, okay.
the very thing I'm in here talking about. But yeah, so we like to do stuff like that. Um, and I do cook a lot. I'm just I'm still trying to get over thinking that I need to have meat on my plate. I love mushrooms and I can do things with beans and stuff like that, but I don't just follow just any. I have to know what I'm doing, feel comfortable doing that. So I see you and you doing you getting ready for school. Okay, these girls they ready to go back to school. She doing her work from her. This is her summer school or her summer work that she got from school.
Nice.
Well, so stuff. You know how at the end of the school year, you get your workbooks that you was working on, and you can finish them through the summer or work on some things to keep you fresh during the summer.
Yeah,
So she had it in her mind that this is what she was gonna do is do her work for the summer. Good job, babe. I'm gonna look at it in just a minute, real good, okay? But
that's how I
I'm happy
found
that you're
the
doing
heart.
something like that.
That's how I found the heart.
I thought I did that.
What was it?
I don't know. You clicked off.
No, I think we had it it was refreshing. What's the word? It was spinning around.
You had you had what?
It was spinning around. It was refreshing. The screen was
Oh,
refreshing.
refreshing. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know what we was talking about. Okay, so a lot has come out tonight. Um, I don't know how it was so easy for my thoughts to vanish the way that they did coming in. So that was really weird, and I think I was like in my mind, like I was asking, like, what is going on? Why can't I use my words right now? It was like I was stammering and stuttering, and I ain't never came on here like that. So how did that happen tonight? And let
Since
me
I
tell you
started, I
something.
couldn't tell you.
And let me tell you something. The other day I went and handled some business, right? And they sitting on the other side of the computer looking at my stuff, and they like, I don't understand. It was like they were using words like, this is bizarre. And I was like, I'm sitting here like it is all really weird and crazy. And even y'all don't even understand what's going on. They were using words like bizarre. I said, I know it's something special about me. I know it is. Things start happening and get weird. But it all be for okay. Oh, and here's another thing that happened. This is so crazy. The other day, me and my brother was at the grocery store. I paid for the food, but then something happened. The machine started acting crazy. Next thing you know, I look on my bank on my phone. I'm like, okay, let me see, did it come out? Because you know it's a problem. The lady kept having to come over to the machine or whatever to swipe it. I'm like, why does it keep telling me I have an issue or whatever? So nonetheless, paid for it. The money came out and came and went back into my account. And so I'm sitting there waiting for the lady to come and fix it, but she came over to the machine and then she walked away again. And then so my brother's like, so I guess that means it's free. And I'm like, I guess so then, because I mean we done tried to figure it. So I passed by the lady as we walking out the grocery store. I passed by the lady. I'm looking at her, and she's so busy out of her mind doing this and that. I'm like, I guess we good to go, cause she ain't trying to say, hey, 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 no, something. You know what I'm saying? Let's wait. She didn't try to stop us or nothing. So I was like, shoot. So we loaded the groceries and came home.
Yeah, that
ain't,
sounds like a move.
There ain't nothing like that ever happened to me before. That was
No,
crazy.
not the story of back money. No, I don't. I would never believe that.
Yeah, it did. You can see it still. It say minus and then plus. I was like, let's see how this play out. I'm interested to see how it plays out. I mean, cause I ain't never,
Well,
they ain't never,
I just want to go
nobody, oh,
shopping.
no, hey, please, please take my money. Please, wait, don't let me leave with my money. Like, who does that? But go, I'm sorry, what you say?
I just want to know what the name of that store is so I can go shopping.
I don't want to say it on here. They might find me.
But it's a very nice store.
I love that store. You hear me? That's my favorite store. They just show my favorite time.
I like the store and I've never been there. I'll give them free promotion.
Oh man.
They
Every
don't know.
store.
They'll have visitors from all over the country.
Yeah, for real. Mm. Nope. If they wanted to do everything for free, they'd be giving it away for free. Some things just happen, and it be a gift from the universe, and I
So
receive it
rock
as
with it.
such.
Yes, man. Rock with it.
That's it.
Take all the gifts.
That's it. So, I can't believe we have been on here close to 4 hours. The way we started, I keep on because that's gonna mess with me. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. Now I went back and watched last week's episode, and I was like pausing and going right back to it because I was like, this is a really good episode. That was really good last week. So I was like, thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. I just everything just like it just disappeared. But
But don't worry
yeah.
about it because you did good. You
Well,
came
I
through well.
appreciate that, and you as well, keeping me afloat. Thank you.
No price to honor, side star.
And bringing
It's honor.
home the idea, I mean, concepts that we hadn't even discussed this, but we were already doing this. It's just that this is a implementation of something that was created before that encompasses everything that we have been discussing in that branch of what we're doing.
In the Trinity branch, yes, ma'am. Yes, it does.
Yes.
It's about the family of the family. And so it was already on deck and it's still on deck.
And so this is one of those situations where something was started with someone else and we parted ways, but that does not make my work and investment null and void because you are not choosing to continue moving forward with the plan, or was you waiting on me the whole time? You know what I'm saying? Waiting on me so then you can jump back in and be like, that's our thing. And that I've learned that that's what happens. And it doesn't matter if you meet the people online or in person. People change. They switch up on you.
Sometimes I think it's intention. They know the type of person that you are, and that you will carry on something when they won't. And so they attach themselves to you to get it started. And then once you get it started, then here they come to claim whatever it is they want to try to claim.
Right. Exactly. I don't ever like to take, and I want to say this, I don't ever take credit for something that is not 100% my idea and say that it was 100% my idea. I believe that everything that has been done and created in the process of working with people who no longer choose to work with me, I'm still moving forward. I didn't change, you changed. And I will never take away what you invested into it. I'm gonna use my ideas and our ideas that we came up with together. But what you came up with individually, I'm gonna leave that to you because that was yours. But if we having this conversation and we both, you say something and I say something and we take it and we match it together, that's ours now.
Best believe it.
And just like with marriage, it's a consummation of ideas, thoughts, concepts, and methods, creating something new. So I get that. You don't get to take people credit away from them because they don't want to talk to you no more.
And
Okay,
you don't get to come back claiming credit for something that you didn't build. You
that
might have
part,
talked about it, but you didn't build it. So you're not coming
building
back
the
to claim credit for it.
that part right there. So yeah, it's good to discuss and share ideas. I agree with that, Star. It is good to discuss and share ideas, but here's the deal: we must remain vigilant in how we're discussing and sharing ideas because this very reason that we're talking about now, people will get close to you and they'll get so far with you and then take all your ideas and concept and go build it with someone that they think is going to move faster than you're moving. But what I have seen, people that have done that to me, because it's more than one person, I see them working even harder, but that was maybe the route that they were supposed to take because they still had some things to go through experience. Their journey ended with me. So it is what it is. I just let people be. I just saying, just for the record, if I'm moving forward with those things that I have invested my time and energy into, if it makes sense to the whole, to the collective. 'Cause that piece of art back there behind us, I designed that. Sat and came up with the concept of what it is that design is supposed to mean and created that. So of course I'm gonna keep it.
And that's intellectual property,
Yes.
your ideas. So when you're sharing your ideas, you have to be careful because you are sharing intellectual property. And
Yes.
with us, that intellectual property can be part of the trust that builds all of us up. And that's what the Indigo Task Force is an example of intellectual property that belongs to all of us because of the way it was built and designed. So the original designers in this particular case, because it stopped moving at one time, the person who picked it up and keep it going is the person who gets the credit, not necessarily everybody who see it now. Now I was there when it, but we stopped. The water wasn't running. Now we turned the water back on. Looks like what you helped build, and it probably is, but it isn't because it's something new. It had to go through growth, and that's what it went through. That's why the water stopped running, because new water had to come. And now here it is.
Right. There you go. Absolutely. On point.
I don't like to see people stop out of jealousy and hate. That bothers me too.
I be trying to figure out, like, what did I do? But it don't be necessarily something that you done did. It's just that person, whatever. And so I had to realize that energy can move through me. So if energy can move through me, then it can move through someone else as well. I have felt the presence of negative energy and positive energy. Negative energy will try to consume you, but you have to invite it. Just like the vampires, you have to invite it in. And then you have to rescind your invitation and be conscious about understanding that you're rescinding this invitation. I wrote something down today. I'm going to find it here in a minute. What was I saying?
Conscious about sending the
so invitation of energy, acceptance of energy through thoughts and things. I had to realize that if energy could pass through me, it could pass through someone else. And if I've been addressed by negative energy and I did not go into it and someone else does, that energy can be consumed. Now, if the universe is trying to get a message to you, the Almighty, Allah, Source, the power greater than me, or you. If I'm trying, if Source, I'll just use Source. If Source or the universe is trying to give me a message, and a willing participant receives that energy, they're drawn to me. They communicate with me, and that energy stays with them for the entire time that they're dealing with me. But then when their time is up, that energy leaves, and then that person goes back to their original state. Miserable, envious, jealous, hateful, resistant to anything you got to say. They start accusing you of things, turning on you, changing on you, and you aren't trying to figure out what happened. What's wrong with this person the whole time? You looking at the person, but then you'll notice the energy switch. That means that energy that had you protected is no longer So if you continue to seek out this person because it's that person, then were you really in tune with the energy, or was it the person or the being? That was just the outer shell, the vessel that carried the energy. So some people can be used like that. And if they and I had something else that I had to say today. An unhealed heart is a dangerous heart. What I said today, revoke invitations of unwanted energy. That's what today's conversation was all about. With one of my side stars that she's my battle from the army. It was path of least taking the path of least resistance, and a free will. I said I realized this when people talk about free will. I haven't heard the correlation between common sense, logic, and reasoning in your free will. You gotta use those three to make wise decisions in your free will. So it's because of the lack of knowledge that we perish. And moving in free will without intent is dangerous.
Amen.
That the only way to heal is to reveal those hurts and pains and deal with it. I gotta say that too. Reveal and deal. And to revoke invitations of unwanted energy, think about the thought that brought about the feeling. That's a way of revoking the invitation of unwanted energy when you get back to the root of a thought process that had you doing certain things or thinking a certain way or feeling a certain way. What brought on that thought to create that feeling? Deal with that thought, and the feeling goes away. Because you change your thought, and then whatever you change your thought to, feelings from that come on. It's attached. All thoughts are attached to energy. And energy is currency. It moves. Unprocessed emotions are unhealed hearts. Emotions, feelings come with an energy of pain and hurt. So we got to process emotions, and this is one of those things also that people are dealing with, and why it's so hard to accept something new, because people haven't learned to let go of feelings and emotions. They're emotionally attached to these ideas and concepts. So that's why they get emotional. They get in their feelings. They don't want you telling them anything different than what they have become accustomed to. Because why? I feel powerful, but that's a false sense of power. That's like a car with a good engine. You revving it up, vroom, 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 and you just making all this noise, but you ain't got no tires. You ain't rolling. You on blocks. Because the tires don't need an engine, but the engine need tires.
And your reason for being in the car seat every day and revving up in the engine is because you want to win a race.
Right. So you can't even participate in the race because you don't even have all your parts. That's crazy. Temporary insanity.
Got a helmet on, got the racing driver suit on, gloves, boots, got goggles on. It's 120 degrees outside, and he jumping in his car. But I want to win a race. Yeah, all right, pal.
Right. It's like insane. But yeah, that's what came out of conversation today, and it kind of led right into what you were saying. That's alignment. And it's always good to come into alignment because that means we're headed in the right direction. We're right where we're supposed to be. And you know, we can get so caught up in where we want to be or where we try excuse me, where we trying to be and completely missing the point of why we are where we are.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have to calm myself down because I get so engulfed in where I want to be or what I want to have. And not saying that I'm overly, it's just Cena says she on blocks. Oh no, she said you on blocks, like adding to the story. Yeah, on blocks. So yep. Um, I have to calm myself down and remember that it's a process. And here's the deal. This is the trick to it. If you've made up your mind to do something, it becomes habitual or rather ritual. And if that's how you choosing to walk, you're gonna walk that way until you don't. And if you're not walking that way, what changed? Was it the direction? Was it the location? You know what I'm saying? Is there a reason for the halt? Because there's sometimes we have to stop and stay still for a minute and get to know the terrain where we are, not knowing anything at all. Straight off the cuff. And then when it's time to move, you have to know that it's time to move. And that you have gotten everything that you needed or gathered all the information and data that you needed to gather that was going to push you forward. So, what is it here that I'm supposed to be gaining or learning for the next level? where I want to be. Now, how do I get there? And if you have intentions on getting there, then you're going to get there. So what's the rush? If you planning to be there anyway, if you take the responsibility of time out of your hands and just live every day in motion of where you're going to get there. And if you take care of yourself along the process, you'll enjoy it when you get there. And so that's where my mind and my focus is right now. Is I want to get to where I'm wanting to be. I want to get there. But I want to get there in the best condition that I can get myself there in. I don't want nobody to take care of me or anything like that. I want to be able to enjoy everything that I still have at this point in life.
Ditto.
And I think I deserve that.
Ditto. Ditto.
Yep. That's real.
And that, when I was a child, I was told we were supposed to pray to God for what we wanted.
Yeah.
Figure out what I wanted from God. It's like, and then one year it just broke down. The only thing I could ask God for is to go to heaven. After that, what am I asking for?
Right.
I never understood that part. If you want it, just ask God. I went to work and I got it. Now you're telling me to ask God for it. This isn't working out in my brain too well. So I never got that particular concept. I always knew, like, whatever I wanted, I could go out here and get it for myself. But then the question becomes, of the stuff you want, how much of it do you actually need?
Right.
And that, so when we deal with our needs, economics deals with a concept of a thing called supply and demand. Supply is food and the things, food, all that good stuff. Housing, clothing, all of that supply. Need, demand is food, housing, clothing. There's a supply of it and a demand for it. But if we really look at demand is need. Man needs to eat. Man needs to clothe himself. Man needs shelter. So who has the supply? And this is where economically we I'm not trying to sell you nothing right now. I'm talking about economics. But I'm not trying to make any money off it. I'm not trying to trade here with you. I'm trying to show you a thought and a theory within economics that they call supply and demand. From the Bible, we know it as abundance. That the world fruitful and multiply in the world and stuff, right? That's what we know. This is part of the economics. But in this world, it's called supply and demand. Someone has to control the supply to feed the needs of the demand. In our world, we all control the supply. So how do we get back to that world from where we're sitting at today, where you have to pay to eat, pay to have a roof, pay to have clothing? If all of this is going to change, then we have to see the tricks of when somebody tries to talk to me about economics. Supply and demand means I have the supply It's a need that you need, and I'm going to sell it. This is the definition of supply and demand in economics. We're changing the thought on everything, a new wave of thinking on everything, because the way they show it to you, it's going to make sense. And they make us look like we're the consumers, when a consumer is somebody who used it all up. So if I go out, if we go out to the farm at the harvest year, how much of that food will you be able to pick up at the end of the harvest year? Then you can't be the consumer, because they done picked it up in trucks. The real consumers picked it up. They took the supply. Now you have a demand for that supply. You go into the store to buy it. So the real consumer is not us. It's the person who picked it, used it all up, and left it empty.
Wow.
We have to learn, but we take on the responsibility. See, in law now, if I say I'm the consumer, it can be said that I am the one who went to the farm and picked up all the food. And then I could be asked what I did with it, who I sell it to. I can't stand there and keep saying nothing because I said I was the consumer.
So taking on the responsibility of the ones who are indeed responsible for it, and it's legal, because not lawful but legal, because you agreed to something that you didn't see in writing. What do they call that? That's called something. I'm finna find that word.
Caveat emptor.
I'm not sure. I don't think that's the word I'm looking for. Let's see.
I tried, when I was first learning this stuff, I was telling people, for everything in my past, for what y'all are showing me now, game over. Because everything about my past was just so you can show me what you're showing me right now. And as you're showing it to me, I understand it too much. And as you're talking to me about one thing, I'm seeing 3 and 4 other things that relate to this one thing. And that's why I can travel around all these different subjects about the same thing with us. Because it's all how we got beat down. Once we said they lied to us, our history, everything was a lie. Everything was based on a lie. And then they use the magic of words, tricknology, to make us cast spells on ourselves to defeat ourselves.
Right. And so we really have to get around that mental block.
Yes, ma'am.
And on purpose, with a purpose, for a purpose, change our language. Okay, so you didn't hear what I did on that beat you did you?
No, ma'am.
That's exactly what I'm saying right now is what the lyrics are. You want to hear it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me get it real quick. I like what I did with it. I like what you did with it. immediately, I listened to it, and I immediately was like, okay, I know exactly what I'm gonna do to this, and I went on ahead and recorded it. And so this is what I come up with. Yeah, that one sounded really good and smooth. And you said it only took you 20 minutes to do this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's downloading, and as soon as it's finished downloading, I will upload it here and play it. But remember, we was having a conversation about definitions, and I said infinitions, and then you went into you wrote what you felt like infinitions was the sole purpose and all of that, and so I used that information to create the lyrics for that beat. Nice. All right.
Yes, ma'am, Side Star Cena. The lie must cover itself with a lie. And they sure enough did. They lied in the religious books, the history books, the sociology book, the anthropological book. They lied and covered the lie with lies every step of the way. And we fell for it.
Right. But here we go. This is, now I don't know what be happening when I play the music. You can't hear it for the first like half minute or so, and then somehow it kicks in. I don't know if that's the delay or what, but I can hear. But when I went back and looked at the episode from last week, on those parts where you saying we can't hear it, turn it up, it comes through just fine on the recording. Like you can hear it better than even I can hear, because it seemed like when I turned it on, it cuts off the first words or so. But when I listen to the recording, it sounds fine. It's flawless.
Okay. I didn't even pick up on that. I was okay because I was videos for something else. So
okay.
All right, I have to listen to it.
So I'm gonna start the music. This is a beat. When did you do this? Yesterday or today? You did this today.
Yeah, today. But yeah, I want to say yesterday I started it. For some reason, yesterday I started it, but today I sat down and finished it.
Okay. Well, this is what I added to it. This is nice. Y'all know we coming up with a new language, right? We have to change what we once knew into what we now know. And here it is, explained through infinitions. Get 'em? Infinition. Infinitions. Infinition is a new way of looking at things. Infinition, sole purpose to enter the threads, to weave together in the magnificence of growing, to get her in a new way of thinking with gratitude. Infinitions, realization, the real I nation of the all in all. The all is within all beings. The almighty is you, side star and bro star. The feminine and masculine physical manifestation of who we are as guiding lights, expressed through age, experience, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and understanding. In the reason we are who we are is not for time.
terms of title. We are as we do. A stationship. Station is experience and age. We're nice.
That was it.
Islamism.
Islamism.
See, the hip hop world, they couldn't allow you to be in the industry. MC Light, they couldn't allow you to be in because you would change. Like that's why I think Light didn't become as big as she could have became, because she didn't play all their games, their silly little games with them, and your lyrics today would not allow you to play with them. Yeah, this is like this is the light in you people have always seen. Your lyrics are professing now everything that people seen inside of you, and that's something you should always keep your head up high about. That this was seen in you even by people who didn't see it. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know how to explain it, but this is what they seen inside you, and it's a step above.
I'm over here on mute. Like, you're right. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yep.
It's an
And
honor.
because I agree with you. You're right. This is because this has always been me. I was afraid of me. I had to get out of fear of becoming the greatest version of myself because it's so big. Like it ain't no little thing. It's big. And it's like it's so big it has to be given to me in small bite-sized chunks. And to prepare me to not be overwhelmed with how great it is. So that's why I take each day in stride and I continue to work on the betterment of myself because when I get there, I want to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Yes,
know what it's going to look like. I don't know what it's going to smell like, taste like. I don't know any of that. All I know is that I want it. I
yes,
want it.
ma'am.
And I'm going to get it. I'm coming.
That's the attitude. That's
Yeah,
how it
I'm
works.
coming.
I never, when I was a child, the way I was raised, of course, I used to grow up saying that I was a king and all that kind of stuff. Always. I used to tell people I wasn't a United States citizen, I wasn't a slave. I used to say I used to talk all that kind of junk. Just to wake up one day and find out we got a treaty? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So all that stuff that I was told I was crazy for, it's real. Oh, I'm not gonna mess this up. There's no way in the world I'm gonna mess this up. That was like, I don't even know how to explain like hearing that after everything that I've been through and the stuff I did do as a black person. Because the last thing I did as a United States citizen was vote for Donald Trump. I think that's valid to put on the table. 2016, I went and voted for Donald Trump. And when I told people I was voting for Donald Trump, I was a traitor. I was everything but the child of God because I was voting for Donald Trump in 2016. I witnessed ballot tampering because they was messing with my own ballot that I was putting in there. Asked, are you sure you want to vote for him? Well, I wrote it down, didn't I? I was doing an absentee ballot because I wasn't going to be in town. So I was doing an absentee, and they read it, and they was, are you sure you want to? Yeah, but, and I didn't take it all seriously, but I was in a room full of Democrats when I did that. Maybe one or two Republicans, but it was mostly Democrats inside there. And so that was the last thing I did as a United States citizen was vote for Trump. And so I feel like I did my part when it comes to the United States and all of that stuff, being black. I did my part. So now on this new road of finding.
You said I did my part in being black. That blackness that got all it's gonna get out of me. I voted for Trump. Sorry.
Okay. You get it. You get the joke. But it's real. It's real. I really, that was the last thing that I did. And then that treaty. And that brother said, listen to your last name. And it was El Yah when I listened to my last name. And I was like, oh my God, everything about politics, economics, from that point on, I heard differently because they lied to us and they tricked us. Once once that part was in my head, they lied to us, they tricked us. Nothing else is a shock. Nothing. There can be no more shots because I was already told that they lied. And so sometimes even watching like different Facebook posts where it seems like people are revisiting the same information over and over and over and over and over. It's like, wow, nobody got it the first time. When we read that first part, you didn't automatically see for yourself the second and the third and the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth part that came along with it. This is the part that's slowing us down as a people and not allowing us to move. But then when I'm around those type of people, I hear the music that they're playing. I see what TV shows or whatever they want to engulf themselves with, and I realize why it was missed and how it was missed. And it's culture, and our culture being raped over and over again. That now we have to come back at the highest level of our culture again in order to establish our culture again, and then somehow feed to our children. Don't you ever take this for granted again, because that's how we lost. That's how it turned into a purchasing item, something you can buy on a t-shirt or a hat, because we started feeling too much about ourselves, or we let other people guilt us because we were the law of the land. We let them talk us out of our position. We let them come to us and say, who is she? She's just your mother. Why are you listening to her? You should come do Ray with us. And we went and did it. And so we turned around and now we see us and we're digging out of this hole. But it has to be on a new wave of thinking. It has to be on a new pattern of self and seeing self, of hearing their sciences, EM squared, energy, mother, child, two, the child and the mother, seeing their sciences in a different pattern than what they taught it to us in order to bring us back to where we were. I yield the floor.
That blew my mind. That EMC2. That blew my mind. Um, I'm gonna mute your mic because it's feedback. I notice when we don't do that. But nonetheless, you said tricked out of our position, and when you said that, what came to me is emotions, tricked by emotions. And so, when you're accustomed to dealing with things at face value and facts that can be proven, you become what a trickster will call naive. And to be naive is to believe that something is true that was told to you. As I was having this conversation with my mother, and so she was saying how she saw naive as being something different than what most people see it as. And we went into this discussion talking about how people who have malice intent will uh, create a situation, and that naivety that you have, they use it, and they use it for their benefit. It's being misused and abused. And so emotions operate out of something that is not grounded. Their emotions are fickle, they change with the wind. And so we can literally tell ourselves that we're not gonna, uh, I'm not gonna worry about that. And when you say you're not gonna worry about it and shoo it on off, it doesn't even bother you because you don't care, literally, until you give yourself the time and space to care. And during that time, you done went on about your day and had a you know what I'm saying, a wonderful experience with you on it, with not worrying about something that by the time you get to it, you have the patience to actually deal with it without blowing a gasket. You know what I'm saying? So you let things simmer and calm down. But I just thought about that when you're tricked by emotions. Most times when people get into these heated arguments and battles, it's all because emotions, uncontrolled emotions, uncontrolled emotions. Not having control over your emotions is a dangerous situation, just like an unhealed heart, especially with an unhealed heart and having uncontrolled emotions. But how wouldn't it other way would it be? Because if you have controlled emotions, then that means that you're centered. You're not all over the place. So we just have to come into our center and realize that everything is not worth the energy of being upset about or being tricked out of your position because your emotions got involved rather than knowing what is real and sticking to the facts. So I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. And so, besides the mother factor, when we operated in a trust, it left the family as the decision makers. and pending your age, you watch movies. And in the movies, old movies, you see certain times where young people are going against the older people, telling them things like, oh, you're outdated. You're outdated. Your ideas and the way that y'all want to live is old. We're more modern now. So as our people, because these are usually Albion type people who are having these conversations in the movies. But our people, our children were coming home and they didn't want to live through the trust anymore, because the other children their age had their own car with their name on it. Because again, they tricked their own people too. So their children had, and I own this car. That's right, I own it. Oh, what do you mean you got to ask your parents? Because the car is in the trust. What do you mean you got to ask your parents? Our children began not to have value like through us, and they wanted it like these other children. They thought these children had it good. As we go on and we start comparing in social life, yes, ma'am. As we go on and we start comparing in social life, me and my homeboy, who were Moors, but while I was out with Mr. Charlie today, they gave me opportunity. And all I had to say was I was a Negro. All I had to say was I be black. All I had to say is I was a colored. And they give me a car and some money. And I dig in my pocket and I pull out money and show my boy. That's all you do, but you's not repping your nation no more. And I is repping the nation. When I was with you, but when I was with them, I was black to get this money. And this is where we lost the war at. To get the money, to get our hands on property, to have materialistic things within our world. And then I hate to keep going back, but I gotta show this. Material. The material is bad. Materialistic things are bad, right? So it's the material that's bad. It's the mother that's bad again. How many times, how many ways, how many different words have you all put together to beat our mom? Because this is really pissing me off every time I think about it. And then when you read these holy scriptures, they follow right along line this type of talk, this teaching. So we operate from that without even realizing. But we do see how, in a natural course of things, our people sold themselves out. And let's even take a young sister. She's in a relationship, one of the brothers from around, and back then our people were close. But then in order to advance, they end up moving closer to the Caucasian neighborhood. Then one night they gets into a fight. And he does put his hands on her. And then she goes over, and on her way trying to get back home, she see Miss Bessie. And Miss Bessie decides, oh, it'd be best you charge the police. You call the police. And it'd be best if you go down and talk to the prosecutor. And it'd be best everything that it goes against that man. And then the young lady ends up getting some type of financial reward out of it, or she gets a job. She got one of the highest jobs. Now, all the Negro women want this job, but she the one who got it after she put her man in jail. He got, not saying he should have put his hand on the woman, But he got sacrificed. And the first convincing was moving over into this better neighborhood where now somebody else can control and keep an eye on you and send suggestions of what should have been done. When perhaps if they had stayed inside their own neighborhood, the problem would have been caught from the parents, from their own trials and tribulations, and hearing these two even begin to argue, seeing them at the dinner table with the frowny faces and checking on them, they would have saved all of that from right then and there. But in this world to survive, we had to do things, and our people did things. Where today, when you ask, well, why are we, if we were on top, why are we doing so bad now? First, because we was arguing over religion. Second, all this other stuff that goes into a community that I'm talking about and that I'm pointing out and that I'm saying. Forget people cheating with each other's husband and wives and that breaking up families and communities. That one aspect that did it. The other aspect that did it is our greed for money that turned a preacher against his whole community to get that dollar. And everybody's expecting him to hold everybody together. And then find out he's sleeping with somebody. So see that he done did two things. He's sleeping with somebody's wife. Now that community, now the trust, the church might still be there, but the trust in that community will never be the same again. So when I take the money to be a black man, and then I convince this dude, and then he go get two or three more, the trust in that community and never be again because we signed on to be black men. And since we had these houses and cars and stuff, after 30, 40 years, the state owns what we own. Our children own nothing. And everybody else that was around us, they're working jobs and they own nothing. Nobody has anything. But we started out with something because we decided to be black, colored Negroes in order to get that money in our hand. I yield the floor.
Oh Lord have mercy. Okay. I said I'm just sitting there chilling. It's our permission that gives it's our submission that gives them permission. Everything that we don't stand against, we are agreeing to. Silence is agreement. You know, if you're not making any noise, that means you okay with it. And so that's basically all I have to add to what you just said because that's ultimately what it is agreeing to something that is not true to gain some profit, the profit being in fiat rather than to get in tune and be a profit to the people. You know what I'm saying? Like the words are the same, but they have different meaning, but it's the same thing because a profit to the people is an abundance. It's wealth. Knowledge is wealth. I had a song called Knowledge is Wealth, but knowledge is wealth. Let's hear it. Do I have it on here already? Please say yes. Of course, I don't have it on here already. And we going over 5 hours. I'm gonna get the song here. Knowledge is wealth. See, I don't be knowing all the time what's gonna come up because you just don't know. Oh, come on. Wealthy. Let's see. But greed is indeed a problem and an issue, especially when it comes to trust. People are so busy trying to get to more than what is necessary, or to buy the material, like you said, material things. What is that? Okay. Please ask all guests to stay in the studio until their recordings are done uploading. Okay. Let's see. Come on.
I think messing with us will be the first time that a social audit was done on us, and included in that social audit was the BS of us. and so that the truth would be told, the BS of us would have to be in it. Just from law, and the stuff I see, I can't believe everybody was a slave anymore. I just can't. A whole bunch of us was free, and we was making slaves. Just like we said the white man was doing it, a whole bunch of us was free, and we was making slaves.
I truly believe that slaves were a creation. Like Yakub's lab was the creation of the slaves, and they were profit. And so it was status and class that was gave you the ability to even be able to have a slave or multiple slaves. So if you had money and you had land and things to tend to, you needed hands. All slavery wasn't uh abusive and degrading. It was servitude, and what it was a 7 year contract that you would gain your freedom after the completion of that 7 year term of servitude. Things were taken to another level when it was a transfer of land based on your status. And if you took on the status of a slave, you didn't have any land. If you took on the status of a slave owner, you owned the land and the slave.
And so there's a case where a brother was the first one to introduce lifetime slavery in the America to another brother because the brother ran away and he got caught and they had to bring him back and then he had to go to court and through the court he became a slave forever and in this the slavery that but it was a brother that did it. Oh, God, no, wow. And we don't know these stories. We don't know these things.
Really don't.
Because nobody told us. They kept it a hidden secret. Nobody told us that these things existed. But travel through the history and you'll find out. Google. Because I forgot his name.
Well, that was very clever. See that, and it's those facts right there which make it hard for me to understand why people still agree to it. They'll disagree. You got all the debate in the world. You got all the argument in the world on some nonsense that somebody else said. Where's your research and three documented sources for where the information came from that you so willing to put your life on the line for? Kaliko! I don't know what this cat is talking about.
They have the Bible, the Torah, and their companion books to talk about what they talk about.
Right. Exactly.
After that, they won't use anything else.
Right. Except for emotions.
Except for emotions. Very good. I feel, I think, I thought.
Right.
Which there's nothing wrong with thinking, but when you think, you have to think about what's coming in is more than what's going out. And that's a fun thing about conversations. When you allow a person to exhaust themselves, of everything they're saying, you have left them absolutely no room in your rebuttal. You just better be good at your rebuttal. But you left them no room to anything you're about to say. And because of who we are and the way we operate, when we answer at the highest level. And answering at the highest level make us right every time. And we should be able to walk in and around behind each other and just say, yup, oh, he said it, yup, oh, she said it, yup, that's what it is. But they said, whatever they said, that's what it is. And we should know that your word was right on the entire situation. That you didn't take a bribe from it. You didn't do anything wrong in order to make the decision you made. You made the right decision. No matter who decided they was hurt, you made the right decision.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this cat. Why she making so much noise? But okay. I'm gonna play the song real quick. Now this is one. Okay, so let me just say this. This is one of them songs that I did, and I don't listen to it, like, cause I have an issue with myself in this song. Not an issue with myself, but I don't know. Just listen to it.
Wealthy in knowledge, knowledge is wealth. You gotta be wealthy in knowledge. Love and wisdom here. You got to be wealthy in knowledge. Agape love and wisdom here. Agape love and wisdom here to talk about emotional retaliation. What is it? It lacks confidence in you to allow your feelings to be a factor in your behavior and actions through your response. To block a person or unfriend is an emotional response to neglect or abandonment. To pull back is a form of emotional retaliation. When we come into maturity, we are to put away childish things. Don't get tricked by your thoughts thinking people are who you want them to be, and show you who they really are. You are the star, shining light all around to see what's real. So get out of your feelings, emotions ever changing. Stop caring, no, give no more energy to emotional retaliation. You cannot force the bliss of your presence and attention on those who don't want it. Protect your energy and stop giving a fuck.
Emotional retaliation is for you silly hoes. A warrior woman stand on all 10 toes, taking notes on you hoes. I'm leaving you hoes with them fuck niggas. Them niggas with those emotional traumas on some emotional retaliation.
I'm on some growth and elevation through proper communication. Take charge of your emotions and your mental state. Change the station. Come in to build a nation. Agape love and wisdom is here. Wealth and knowledge. Knowledge is wealth. Emotional retaliation is the lack of confidence you have inside of you to allow your feelings to be a factor in your behavior and your actions through response to other people and how they make you feel. You gotta pull back from the emotional retaliation so you can get to build a nation. Immaturity, not the minority. We are the super majority. When we stand together, let go of emotional retaliation.
Islamism. I needed that type of music years ago. I'd play that at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And I'd probably just hit repeat and let that play.
That's funny. That song, I love the message in the song. It's the delivery for me that just bothers me. I'm like, I was trying some new stuff and, huh?
How long ago did you do that?
Oh man, that's old song. Let me see. When is the creation date? Oh, how do I see that? Oh, December 10th, 2022.
Okay, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
18 months ago, a year and a half, something like that. That's 6 months worth. Okay. Okay, that was hot. That was hot.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
could have used that 20 years ago. Where was that 20 years ago? Well, nobody making music like that 20 years ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that you like that. And I hope everybody else that hears it likes it and hear where it's coming from as well. Um, I have fun making music because, as you can see, there's so many different songs that I could play that I have played based on the topic and communication on the episodes. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think I have we played the same songs?
No,
We ever
ma'am.
played the
You
same
you
songs
have a
yet?
lot. You have a lot of material. You have no problem with writing. I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. You have no problem with writing.
Yeah, all that noise. So, that's it. I don't.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know where else to go in the conversation. I'm kind of getting kind of tired too. We've been on here for
Okay.
a long time. It's been good, and it went many places I did not expect it to go. Um,
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
there was a nice recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
It was very nice. And I'm grateful to be here. Today I felt so much gratitude. But we're into a new day now.
Oh, happy holy day.
Happy holy
Grand
day.
rising. Happy holy day to everybody.
Yes, it is a
In and
grand
out of flesh.
rising. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but
It just
I
started,
am.
right?
Huh?
It's just 12 o'clock for you, right? No, it's 1 o'clock.
It's 12.
It's 12. Okay. All right, 3 hours. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But I was really excited about the song Indigo Task Force. So instead
Yes,
of
ma'am.
playing the usual new wave of thinking, I was thinking I play that song again, the
On
Indigo
the way out.
Task
Yes,
Force.
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the floor to your closing statements if you have any.
Well, okay. In closing statement, well, I'm honored to be here and to do this every week with Star Akshita, that she would give me her time and give us her time, and just, I mean, we go through so many topics and subjects. And there seems to be some humor coming through with it all, but we're handling some real stuff, and it's just an honor to be able to do this and put this out here and put this out here for the people, we the people for the people. And so I appreciate your time, no matter when you're watching it. Yeah, Star Cena, thank you for being in the house. Thank you for repping on the Facebook streets when it when it comes to NBCs. and doing your job as my aunt. And yeah, and thank the people for tuning in, no matter when you see it. Please like and subscribe. And we're just uplifting fallen humanity. We are uplifting fallen divine beings. That's what we're doing. Islam, peace and love.
I like that. Happy Holy Day, Star Cena, and I appreciate the presence here and hanging out. She said it's been real, and yes, it has been real. Um, the participation was engaging. Okay, so this one over here yawning in my face like you still on. So so I just gonna say thank you again, and here's the song Indigo Task Force.
Wait. Can I say this?
Yes, of
Can I
course.
say this? Okay. This is the part that I almost missed. So this week we made a little over $63,000. In 1 year, 8 people would net 3,276,000 pesos for our government. So at every 8 people, we're looking at three million and a quarter pesos for every 8 people. That's pretty good money. That's pretty good currency just for running this month.
I agree. You're helping me to see something. Um, Number one, to see currency differently. Number two, to understand that we are making currency because we are currency. The currency is us, and it's the energy that we are putting forth. And our presence here shows the investment of worth in the overall. And so, this is how the world has been operating. And what they do is then they begin to create based on the membership or the involvement of divine beings. For us, it's divine beings, and what that currency looks like. And the more people you have all over the place, the more places you have to trade or to use that specific currency. So you're helping me to understand that a bit more than I would generally have understood it in other terms. But because we're speaking the same language, I understand it or understand it better than I would coming from a foreign source. This is not a foreign source. So I just want to say thank you for having that much research put into it to explain it like that.
Islamism. We're doing the work. That's all it takes. Us to do the work.
And that's so evident that we are doing the work. 11 episodes in, and we're still going 5 hours plus. Indigo Task Force is what we were discussing to bring awareness and attention to that this is a branch to be acknowledged. as part of the Empire of Nubia. And this is being presented by the Matriarch LLC. Matriarch LLC presents to you the Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide,
Mothers around
and
the
unusual
world.
crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully.
Indigo Task Force.
Mothers are the overseers of the growth and development of our youth. We are the Total Recall, the Indigo Task Force, the Total Recall of the Matriarch. We stand against genocide, cruel, and unusual crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare.
Matriarch LLC stands with revolutionary women. The Indigo Task Force. Mothers around the world, it's the return of the matriarch. The Indigo Task Force are the chosen sons and daughters, the forerunners, the recon team. Collecting data to teach the next generations in remembrance of previous lifetimes. We protect Indigo tribes. We are the Care Bears. Mama Bears, the Beanie Queens, protecting our legacy, our progeny, creating safe havens. Fort Matriarch got boots on the ground. We are the Indigo Task Force. We are the Matriarchal Power.
We're standing in the gap as we keep it moving forward with boots on the ground. We're on divine assignment, connecting mothers in the right alignment to protect the Indigo tribes as we advocate against injustice. We are the Indigo Task Force. The Indigo Task Force.
We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crimes against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare. Along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land. Usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Mothers are the overseers.
The Indigo Task Force is standing in the gap for family caregivers, here to protect our special needs with compassion, consideration, patience, and understanding. We stand in the gap for the mental health crisis we are faced with internally and externally. We form up like ants, information and unity. It's time for activation of ITF, the Indigo Task Force. We must form a union of bodies who are willing and able to activate. In the process of the bloodless revolution is the only solution. Return of the Matriarch. We are the Indigo Task Force. Indigo Task Force.
Return of the Matriarch.
That needs to play every hour on the hour on whatever radio station they play in your neighborhood.
That's what's up. I appreciate that. Okay, so I have to go because if I don't she's gonna get louder and louder. She is ready for me to tend to her, and I must go and do that.
Yes, ma'am, Side Star. Peace and love. Thank you for your time. Peace and love, people.